Okay, we'll go with that. The oh, that's not sounding good, is it? Sounds like there's a lot of echo in the stream. Hmm. Shouldn't pick up clicks. That's the weird thing. It sounds like it is. So it's like crisp isn't working. Not good. Hmm. Okay. I've been invaded. Hello, bud. Been trying to keep the dogs out of my room while streaming, and they've got settled into sitting in my office now. So this might be a challenging one for me. You know. Oh well. Okay. Close that down. Don't deck right this second. Repositories, that's what I want. Liquid Sky. Okay, so I have. They're about to get themselves kicked out. They've been started fighting behind me. Um, I have been working on the changes, and over the last couple of days, I've made some good progress there. This will see how good Crisp is. So basically, what I've done is I have the changes process running. So it consumes the events that happen in the UI. We publish the integration event into the planning items, and then out of planning item changes comes the actual calculated change. So the in this case, I updated the title. I updated the last updated because that's obviously track two. I put in the facility for tracking it. Still need to do some refinements, but we'll worry about that later. But overall, that's going to be working. So I'm going to keep an eye on this, keep running it, and validating that things are working as expected as I start to build out other components. But there's a whole lot of functionality I need to build now. So in order to be able to do that properly, what I want to do is tidy up a little bit in here, get these components working nicely, and get the application structure, um, the UI structure at least, ready for the next steps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and give the dogs a few minutes just to see if they settle down so that if I can try and stream with them in the room, it's much easier because I don't have to stress about it. But yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically, like I said, I'm going to leave this running as I do stuff in the application. So I'm going to keep starting the changes part up, leave it in place. I made some big changes to, ironic, I made some big changes to the way the changes code works. I'm about to merge this in because I think it's in a good place. The first part is in the tests. I spent a lot of time working on the enumerables to make sure that I'm testing that they are, because initially these were working because they were testing the references, and because I was copying the values, it worked fine. When I changed it to be to array, that created an issue because now I wasn't comparing same apple to the same apple, right? I was comparing a copy of the apple, so a different reference. So making sure these, I create some extension methods just to kind of clean up the readability of these, but basically validate that I'm matching based upon the type. This is still, so realistically, what I want to do is any x goes to x equals a, right? In here because otherwise, when I do contains, I actually am still testing reference. And because of the way that they copy, that is the reference that I'm talking about. I want to validate that the value is the same as it was. So it's worth understanding that. So that's important. So realistically here, in all these cases, I should go x goes to x equals a. Any x goes to x equals a, right? So I'm validating that they are the same. Any. So I'm checking that the values are the same and not the same reference object. So, which is okay. They don't have. Basically, if I create a new list of values, I wouldn't always be just copying those in there. So, if I was going to validate that they're the same reference, that it's the same object that was in there, then I'd want to make sure that's an explicit test so that I can understand that behavior. Right now, all I care about is that the value matches. So any code that manipulates that, I'd want to do that for. And I should really do this here. X goes to x dot value is value. I did it here. I just forgot that one there. Let's make sure they run. And then I'm going to go BRB and inject the puppies, I think. Come on, pup, lie down. So let's see. I don't want to kick them out prematurely. I want to see if they'll settle down, because if they can settle down while I'm streaming again, it'll be much easier. So let's do correct contains to any to avoid reference comparison value. So I want to make sure those are in there first. So also before I move on from the discussion on the changes stuff, I actually added a benchmarks project in here to track the cost of doing things in the application when I'm comparing objects, comparing changes, etc. And I can build on this as I go, like understanding the cost of doing what I'm doing. Overall, the comparison is being measured in nanoseconds for an object on average. So, and that's an object with, again, I've got properties and nested arrays and nested objects. So it's doing a pretty good job of telling me, yeah, this is different. So the benchmarks I'm going to leave in there, and I've got the dot trace stuff enabled. So basically what happens is when I run one of these, it creates a dot trace file. And I'm not going to check them in, but ultimately I could. kind of snapshot them from time to time. But basically, if I make a change to the changes, I should run these benchmarks before and after and validate that I haven't increased the performance challenges of the application. I'm just going to be right back 1 second. Okay. Let's see how the docs do that. So, yeah. So major changes, major modifications to a lot of that code. The changes is working pretty well now. Calculating the diffs, I've put in the ability to ignore fields, so certain things don't trigger a change, such as the so I can create a list of ignores. So identifier and tenant identifier shouldn't trigger a change. Event ID, event source, these are message components. Those aren't actually data components, and the occurred on. That's an event message part. So I don't want to include that. So yeah. I reduce the cognitive load of the differences. Roger at Micro Center. Nice. I'm glad the nearest Micro Center to me is 50 miles away. Otherwise, that might be a weekend visit most weekends. Nearest to me, I think, is 2 to 3,000 miles. That's an even better excuse. How you doing, MKB? Got one in March this year. Before that was 250 miles away. Yeah, the nearest one to me is North Jersey, so doing good. I'm doing good. Top Gears desktops. Oh yeah. Dang. Glad I'm not looking for a computer this weekend. That's not a bad price. 7700X with a B650. I mean, it's a mid-level motherboard, but it's still you'd still be able to drop decent CPU in there by the looks of it because it's got decent VRMs and cooling. So DDR5, 56, 32 gig of memory, and a 7700X. So you've still got upgradability on that. Yeah, normally, so if I'm going for the motherboard, I'm looking at the VR. I mean, the VRMs amazing there, but they're pretty solid and they've got cooling on them. So it would easily take a 7800 or a higher processor there. And it's a AM5, so when they release the 9000 series, you can drop a 9600X in there and still upgrade. You don't want to lose your DDR4. I got 64. Fair enough. There you go. 350 for that. 5800X 3D. That's a solid gaming CPU as well. I have that in my gaming PC. B550, so last gen. And you've got the memory anyway. And it's 4 slots, so that's pretty solid for 350. Just usually have less cooling of VRs and less PCI Express lanes wide open chipset, usually missing a few USB ports. But you're not going to notice that unless you're 5800X or 3D cache version with B550 board, you're covered. Yeah. So there you go. That is a really solid processor. I've only got the 5800X in this machine because I bought a 5800X 3D to put in my gaming PC. Yeah, $350. You can't really complain about that. That's not a bad deal. And if you've got that, unless you've got the 64 gig and 16 gig, that's AM4. Yeah, B550 is AM4 platform. The only reason I'd not worry about the, like, again, 350 for that or 419 for this. I mean, even that. I mean, I know you want to save the 64 gig of DDR4, but you've got upgradability. If you go to AM5 and DDR5, you've got upgradability to the 9000 processors. Whereas if you stick on the AM4, you don't really have much upgrade room left, but $70 difference, I suppose. Because realistically, that's all you need. You need this, don't you? Because you've got oh, the 299 is a AM5 board though. That's a B650. Yeah, I wouldn't be going on AliExpress. So you're looking at B550 or B570 if you really want good boards on the AM4 platform, expensive boards. If you want to use the memory you've got, that is the best deal, I think. How are these? If you want a bit of that upgradability, then this is probably the better deal for the lowest cost to upgrade ratio. This one's not bad for $500, but how much do I need this RAM? Well, hold on. So that's 32 gigs, so that gets you halfway to where you are. Right now, you're chewing up more CPU than you are RAM. If you're using Docker like I do, right? So for comparison, with everything I'm running, with multiple versions of Rider, I'm at 50 gig, right? I'm running a lot more than you're going to run. So 32 gig might be enough. What is 32 gig? 5. What speed is that? Does it tell you? 46,000. So another 32 gig, a 32 gig of that is $120. So for, 50 gig, my system is so lean. I have 64 gig of RAM, but even with 5 to 6 containers running a Rider and VM really hit making large data sets. Yeah, So there you go. So it's often sat around 50 to 55 gig. Um, Docker. Don't forget I'm running Kafka. I'm running SQL Server. I see your issue, Windows. I'm running Kafka. I'm running SQL Server. I'm running Mongo. I'm running Redis. I'm running RabbitMQ, um, SkyDraw. I'm running several VMs in there. Yeah. Rider's taking up 4 gig. Um, WebStorm's taking up 3.5 gig. My browser's taking up 3 gig, right? Um, I haven't tried to make any tuning right now, and I've got 128 gig in the machine, so I'm not panicked about the memory usage at this point. Um, the machine's running fine. The CPU's under, it's running fine. And again, I'm streaming off this machine right now. But again, I'm using 0.1% of CPU. So I'm not even tasking the CPU. And there's a 2080 Super in this machine. And once the weather turns cold in the winter, I'll revert back to 2 PC streaming. Because I can warm the room as well as I think the WSL running Docker might also be running an entire OS alongside. Yeah, I got to learn more about those things. I've kind of just set it up and followed the instructions, and it's running to do what I need to do right this second. So yeah, it's possible. How would I find that out? And how would I tune that? So Docker container. So there's Docker, right? So again, I've got. Oh, why are you running? Whoops. Okay, I've got the telemetry system started up automatically, but that's not really going to cost me very much. Kafka, Mongo, SQL Server, um, SQL Server. Yeah. Oh man, sorry, my eye's burning. In the UI or in the command line? What am I looking at? Show charts. Yeah. Um, Docker stats. Yeah. Mongo is the biggest at 213 meg. Oh no, there you go. The SQL Server, 1.9 gig. The Kafka broker is taking up 1 gig, and KSQLDB is taking up 1.37. I can shut KSQLDB down because I don't really need that. But none of them are over 2 gig, yeah. 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 This is WSL running on top. It's funny, I've watched a few streamers recently using Linux, including Mojo. And it's made me think, would it considering, I mean, I've tinkered and played with Linux for years, um, since the late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, late 90s, I was playing with Linux for the first time. Yeah, because you want to make your life more difficult right now. Um, if you're doing .NET development, that'll be a new challenge. The and I've from time to time I picked up Linux, but I've always wanted to go on like if I'm going to do Linux, I'm going to do it on a full box. But then I've always had lower spec hardware, and I've never really picked it up for .NET. Um, I do have machines lying around. I have a 2700X machine, which I could swap out for a 3600X to upgrade the CPU a little bit. Won't be that much of an upgrade. Actually, I might have another 5800X. Might be able to upgrade the 2700X considerably, with 64 gig of memory. So I might be able to start that up as a Linux box. And I have a 9600 Intel, 9600K Intel with 64 gig and a 1060 in it. Yeah. Now, what if I was going to tackle that, which I'm tempted to do because I think demonstrating this platform running on a different system would be quite useful to show that the development is smooth, which I think it would be. Which distro would you go that requires the least amount of messing around? And I can't do it until I can have two PCs running anyway. Yeah, I've got spare 2600Xs. I think I've got spare two 5600s and a spare 5800X. So I think I've got a box somewhere with CPUs. Pop OS, Mint, Fedora. Because I mean, realistically, I'm not going to go for a distro that I'm going to have to struggle with, right? I don't want to do something that requires a lot of. I mean, I know these days they are pretty much plug and play. So they're pretty smooth in that regards, but I don't want to go with something that's going to be having to hack at it and screw around with. I do have spare AMD cards for graphics, so I don't have to mess around with NVIDIA if I don't want to. I know the AMD drivers on Linux are much better than NVIDIA's. I've got on the 2700X machine, I've got a 590 actually, so should be more than good. Gotcha. Because I know what NVIDIA have had some issues with their like driver releases, right? Whereas AMD have been a little bit more flexible on them. Respect, so an AMD card might go smoother. I think it'd be a moot point anyway because I don't think I would have access to a NVIDIA card. Well, I do have access. I've got 2070s and a bunch of other cards available to me if I want them. Hey, Sally, how's it going? For me, it is going well. So, actually, let me run this up and show this. So, the other day when we were on stream, gotcha. I'll really consider it. Pick me up on that as well if I don't do that. I can't do it in the summer because I can't have two PCs running in here, and I can't mess around with streaming at the same time on that. hardware. So I'd need two PCs. Yeah, I'll depending on when I finish this today, I might actually go format the old 2700X machine. Okay, so last time I streamed this, right, I had this massive cognitive issue with this method, right? So this get differences was huge. And what I did is I actually refactored this and broke it down into a little bit more readable form. Does mean quite a big class, but first I get the properties of the type that I'm working with. Then I figure out the ignore properties. And what this is I can pass in a parameterized list of um, what are they called? Expressions to specify, okay, by the way, ignore these fields. Don't try and do a comparison on these fields. These are not necessary for diffs. So that gives me a good way of saying, okay, no, go and get the differences, but I ignore these fields. So now what happens is I'll go through those properties, I ignore the ones that I've matched on, and then I go and get the difference for each property and select out the differences. So it made this much more readable. Now the difference is get the null state change. So has one null and wasn't previously, or is now, is it a collection? If it is, then we're going to compare the lists. If otherwise, and I'd missed this else if, where select, etc. This is link. So there's two ways of doing link, and I think MKB when joined the other day. For this sort of code, this is my preferred way of doing it. There's two ways of doing it. One is this way, and one is the actual language version of it, right? So these they equate to the same thing. This basically becomes this sort of structure underneath. But all I'm saying here is from properties where I'm not ignoring it, get the difference, and if the difference isn't null, I'm gonna select that, right? I prefer this when it comes to this sort of stuff, whereas sometimes the dot select dot where stuff reads a little easier. It's just the way it reads. Like I did write this out in the same way, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't read right. Whereas this, I can see the pieces I care about. I just don't know if I care that much to stress that. When it's something simple like that, I'm okay with it. But when it gets to this, it gets a little bit more difficult to read it and to understand what's going on in the visuals. So I just read onto this. So yeah, I understand the whole argument for being consistent, but to me, it's just how that reads. Why not use snake case for ignore properties name? Sorry. Dear. Yeah, I'll make some of the the naming conventions as well. Yeah. But no, I definitely see the point. Um, but to me, again, the readability of that is much cleaner than the dot, because that would be properties dot select, properties dot where, not ignore properties dot contains dot select get difference dot where d goes to d is not null dot. Yeah, actually, it wouldn't have the final select. You see, actually thinking about it, it's your code. It's always worth talking about, and those things are easy to do. Again, you know, you can write an entire function in a where. Yes, but again, I just my eyes burning. Um, you can do a lot of things. Whether you should or not is the question, right? What was the background motivation behind needing to do this object comparison? It seems interesting and hard to implement. So if we're in the UI, right, one of the key features I'm working towards building here is the whole, I'll start with the simplest one, right? I'm a manager. I'm a CTO or whatever I am. And I care about things being created in the system. I care about like stories and artifacts being created to describe work we're going to do. So I want to know, okay, if a planning item is created or a planning item is created for the planning project, I want to know about that, right? Um, if a planning item exceeds a review date, right? So let's say, because these are all past due, right? So if a planning item is due within a week, going to the movies, see you all later. Mojo, have fun. Take care. Enjoy. Um, so what I'm working towards here is a system to be able to say, okay, well, I care about. You'll be thinking about it in the movies. Do it. It'll make things better. So as a managerial, as a manager of an organization, as a stakeholder in a product, being able to notify people of things that are happening in the system is a key thing I want to focus on, right? Because oftentimes people go off, and I'm getting to that answer, right, as to why I get to object comparison, right? The Oftentimes groups will go off and work on stuff, so PMs might go and start making stories and adding um, backlogs. They might meet with other stakeholders and talk about what's necessary, and then go and put the stories in. But nothing's on the people who ask for the features radar, right? Because unless that product manager is relaying that information and sharing that information with the stakeholders, there's no kind of review process there. What I want to do is be able to tell people, allow people to subscribe to things happening in the system, whether it be something going past a due date, whether it be something being created against a certain project, whether it be someone specifically assigned to a job, right, or whatever. I want to be able to flex that quite a lot. So when something changes in the system, I need to react to it. The um, the big challenge there is if I do it at the planning piece, if I do it at the ticketing piece, or I do it at the tenant management piece, right? If I hook into the change process of the databases here, then not only am I responsible for saving the data, but I'm also responsible for publishing the changes. And as I started to explore that path, it got very messy and very difficult, and started to move me towards writing very specific code and having all sorts of crazy knowledge in these things to produce a stream of what changed. So what I've done is when these items actually update, they publish an integration event. And that integration event is the current state of that object. And what I've done is said, okay, well, right now my view is the only consumer of those events, because it needs to consume that event to be able to display the data in here, right? Because it's the GraphQL backed system. I'm going to consume that same event in a changes system and calculate the differences. This way, the system is intact. The data of the system is intact, right? Changes are not going to break the entire system, right? So if something goes wrong in changes, this becomes fragile. I do not want to risk storing the data above everything else, right? So consume the events, but now I have another issue in that I have to store context. So I have to understand what this object looked like before to compare it. So it throws a few more challenges in place. So that means that I need to figure out the object comparison, right? Because this isn't streaming out a list of what changed. It's just streaming out an instance of here's what the object looks like now. So I can do comparison here and here. So I'm using Mongo. I'm storing what the event last looked like as it came through. And when a new event comes through, it will check on this and do the difference against it. It is hard to implement. Obviously, you've got to deal with lots of cases. Um, I did put a lot of effort into the tests. So these are, comparing a list of enumerables, the GUIDs of objects. I'm comparing nullable types, integers, etc. So right now I'm focused on the data types I need, and I'm also testing that I can ignore certain properties because again, certain properties you might not want to compare. So I've put a lot of effort into this. I also today, for the first time ever, I actually included a benchmarks library in the project. So I actually ran these through benchmarks to see, okay, well, if I have a simple object and there's no differences, what does get differences cost? If I have a simple object and there are differences, what does it cost? And complex objects. So if I've nested objects or I've got arrays of, I've got lists of objects or lists of values, what do those things cost? So I can build on those benchmarks and start to validate, the cases of, okay, is this actually costing me very much? Um, what that did show is that on average, running through benchmark.net, the most complex scenario is taking about 400 nanoseconds per difference. So I think that's an acceptable level of performance for what it's doing. But yeah, basically what will happen is if I move this over here, I move this one and this one, right? Actually, I need them there. There, right? So let's see, will you scale? So we'll watch changes on that one. We'll watch planning items on that one, right? So what happens if I go in here now and I go and say, okay, well, this one, introduce filtering for projects, right? I want to change the content of this planning item, and then I'll change user. What should happen is I should get the update go through. Now this might create one or two events. It shouldn't really matter, right? Because ultimately the last one to be compared should work. What we should see is eventually a message should appear. There you go. So 1 second ago. So we produced this event out of the planning items. So that published, so that meant that got saved to the database and published the event to say, hey, this changed. And now we got the event. So again, now we can see this event. This was a new object. So I haven't seen this object before. So everything's new in it. So I haven't got any changes to it. But now if I go back and change the assign to, we should see another event appear shortly. Samet, hello. Are there any projects that have been started from scratch and finished on the YouTube channel? There is a project that we work on the stream sometimes that has been temporarily paused. It is relatively feature complete from its first version. What are you specifically looking for? Okay, so that should publish, but didn't really publish. What did it do? Set a requirement. Do you have a CI/CD at which point every commit is complete? The requirement should show in changes. That's not a positive move. Okay, there you go. Looks healthy. So there you go. It published the change. So we have a requirement difference, and we should see very shortly a change event should go through. There you go. So now that object has been registered. So now it does a diff against any object. Now I should be able to paste that in. Change that to JSON. Reformat the code. Interesting. Pause. There you go. That's better. There you go. So now what we see is changes before requirements contained just that, and now after it contains that. So this is giving us a diff on the objects. So that means that was the thing that changed there. I'm not sure why the user one changed or didn't trigger the change. I'll have to look into that. Well, basically, that's why I'm going to leave this as alone for a couple of days before I move on to the next step. But what's going to happen is I'm going to add in a notifications component that's basically going to take those same events and rebuild these objects so it can actually publish things like, oh, this requirement changed, or this the assigned user of this changed from this person to this person, and it can actually decide who cares about what and when is the next part there. So, but I'm going to wait on that until I've got some more progress made. So today's stream is going to be more about the UI than it is about anything else. Credit cards have had no new features in the last 15 years. Guess what? Every credit card company still wants devs. True. Yes, so Matt, if you have any specific questions, if you have anything you're particularly looking for, I'm happy to describe them. I'll talk about them on the stream. Doesn't have to be necessary about this one. And hopefully, Sally, that makes a lot more sense why I'm doing this way I'm doing it now. But yeah, so these benchmarks, if I run the benchmarks project, so you can't run benchmarks in debug mode. Benchmarks don't tell you anything if they're in debug because there's too much overhead. So you want to run them in a release mode all the time. But basically, we'll leave this running a second. If I'm going to get an iced coffee, I need to drink the coffee before the ice melts. I wanted to ask this. In fact, there are more than 100 videos of this project. I would like to start from the beginning. I'd like to watch what mistakes you encounter and how you find solutions to. Which mistakes and how you approach them to see what you do in which stages. Makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of videos for this project. So this project is a platform I'm building. So there's a lot of different things in here. I would be wrong if I said I know exactly which videos contain things that are worth focusing on. The Drink Water project, which again is its own playlist on YouTube, does have an associated repository. You can check that code out. You can tinker with that code and play with it. Each project you start has its own set of challenges. If you're doing different things as well, you're kind of learning about the business, about the requirements. In this project, I've got stuck on things like the UI. I've got stuck on things like the there's a stage at which I refactored the entire code base into more clean architecture style because I felt that it was beneficial to try and adapt to an architecture style that people are familiar with, because then on stream as well, people will kind of be able to say, oh, well, actually that should live there. Whereas if I'm going with my own designs, creates problems because then you don't know what you're looking at. Um, so there's a few pieces like that. I mean, are there any specific challenges you're having? Or are you just in general just looking to see? Um, I mean, you only have to watch the stream for a few minutes and you'll see mistakes. Um, I'm human. I write code. Sometimes I write code a little bit faster than I should and don't think about what I'm doing. Or you're looking for larger scale things like architectural challenges and things like that. Um, in which case, if you actually are looking for more architectural decisions, what I talked about before, when I talked about changes, last week I started working on changes and tried to put them um, into the change tracking of the SQL database. Um, 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 to allow change to use change tracking in the SQL database, and I decided that it was actually more costly to the architecture, to the design of the platform as a whole, to do it that way, even though it meant that I could potentially lose some um, context. It just felt like it was a good decision. There's still another challenge with those changes that I need to go through at some point, but yeah. Switch to a standard design to get feedback on stream. Yeah, always better to follow opinionated people's guts on Twitch than follow your own. um, I think one of the reasons I do stream is because a lot of this, and I said it the other day, right? A lot of my career has been me basically being the most advanced .NET developer, right? I'm not the best developer. I'm not the smartest for certain. But I've never really been challenged because it's some of this feels like it's um, I just have fun with it, right? And maybe that's why I've come to the conclusion over the last couple of years that I don't want to listen to everyone telling me what I should do. I want to write the software and learn some of the mistakes I need to learn just by doing it, right? I'd rather write a bunch of code that I understand, that when I know it's wrong, I know why it's wrong and I can change it, than I would write a bunch of code because someone told me that this is the right way to write the code, right? So, um, and my design wasn't actually too far away from what it ended up in. It's just I put labels on things that made sense. I'm trying to get like you, just get smart and really good at what I do. That's why I have your stream running on the side while working, etc. Inspires me. I'm glad that it does. I really am. I you know, I hope that people can benefit and grow along with me, right? Um, yeah. Um, so I think being more pragmatic about your software development, not worrying about whether it's right or wrong, allows you to move forward, right? You'll know when wrong happens because it'll feel painful. You will actually feel a pain if you have to make a decision to get around something, or you make a rationalization. Oh, a normal indicator is, if you end up doing, you go in, you go, there's a likelihood that your code is telling you that something doesn't fit right, right? Don't leave that to do there. Address it. Figure out what it is you're doing wrong and why it's wrong and what it breaks to do it. But don't be scared to fix it, because if you go past that point, then you're going to create more technical debt, right? Um, so putting to-dos in your code is normally a part of. I don't not use them, but I don't like to lean on to-dos very much. Yeah. Um, There are two exceptions to your earlier statement. When laws apply that you say you must follow ISO, or if you're making some files life support machines, at that point, what feels right should still be scrutinized. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. There's if a law, but I'm not debating that sometimes you don't have that option. Well, the law requires, or the software requires a solution. Just because someone else says that's the right solution doesn't mean you shouldn't question it at all, right? Um, if you don't understand why you're being told to do something, you, you absolutely do what you're told. But yeah, I'm joking with you. I agree with you on this. You have to maintain it. But yeah, um, hi vacation. Yeah, people love on vacation. Okay, welcome in. Um, yeah, but joking aside, you still make a good point, right? Sometimes you don't have that luxury, but again, it is nice to. You should be writing the code that you understand, not the code that someone else tells you is right. And I started actually reading. I started reading Clean Architecture again. Um, and I haven't made it very far through again, but you know, I've been on um Robert Martin's course. I've been able to ask him questions and gone for dinner and stuff. And smart guy, done a lot of got a lot of experience, but it doesn't mean that his experience is 100% bulletproof and he has got everything right. And I think when I stopped just following what other people did, it was liberating for me as a developer because it stopped me worrying about, am I doing this right? And am I doing it the way that someone else says? So why step down as a senior architect in one place? Nothing to architect. You want it to be, uh, you want it by community while dictating where it has to run on what tools. Yeah, I've been the whole architect thing. I've gone back and forth on so many times whether an architect is really needed. I think that someone who understands the cost of the piece, like the overall vision, is a useful role, but I don't think an architect should stand alone, right? An architect should be available and interacting with the team or teams on a daily basis, on a project basis, on a story basis, even, um, and be fully available to help them if there's a challenge that is on the boards. So yeah, yeah, yeah. And I don't think an architect should be someone who just says, "Yeah, go do this." Afternoon, Trap. How you doing? Yeah, and that's the key. I think a lot of developers do focus on the job in hand. They focus on the pieces. Understanding the larger scale of things is um, an important thing. And again, I think that's where, as a group, being consistent and being um, pragmatic in your own code base and not trying to hold to someone else's standards helps because then everyone's comfortable working in the code base. That matters more than anything to me. Okay, we're gonna get this merged. This is a big PR development. Yeah, update to 10. I was testing using GitHub Copilot for all this stuff. From an early stage, it's useful. Bringing them in when you have a stack you refuse to change and have 9 months wait time to get anything approved is a bit like, okay, switch from this to RabbitMQ. Oh, you can't until 9 months later, and no one will. Okay, in that time, okay, you should move from this to faster at these calculations. Also uses less, so you can't. Same as before. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I'm a big believer in collaboration and discussion and shared understanding. Yes. Okay. Create a pull request. I'll do a brief review of this, but I don't think there's anything that's particularly bad in here. Merging is blocked. That's just because I have a few other people that I've shared this code with, and I have guards on there to make sure it can't be merged. Okay. Oh, how did you sneak in? Yeah. I'm the opposite. I think you should, but in a very tight group in a company run by committee. Bigger than 6 people means nothing ever gets done. Too many cooks. True. True. Um, the way I used to put it, and hello Nathan, by the way. Um, the way I used to put it is we can discuss it until the point at which we go past productive. And then um, I'm calling the decision as I'm in charge, and I'll take the responsibility of if you don't agree with it, uh, we can talk about it later. But I think sometimes you need that person. Random and funny first question is silly, but you might find entertaining. Careful if you're going to get yourself banned. This isn't a sort of stream where I'm just messing around. I've seen so much clean code, clean architecture slander online. I don't know what to think of it. I guess the bad thing is taking everything literally and taking the concepts to the extremes. Yeah, it again, pragmatism, being understanding what you're taking and why you're taking it, is a big part of it. And again, I think we kind of defer to the people that seem smarter and seem really switched on and can develop awesome code and they can just go off and build something. But it doesn't mean it's um um if it's software development related, Nathan, I don't mind chatting about it. But it's like there's a purpose to my stream, and I don't want to be yeah. Um, but yeah, being pragmatic about things and being following your own path so you understand it. Because again, if I follow someone's guidance, and again, when I've gone to the clean architecture thing, if you look at several of the clean architecture examples, if you look at several of the clean architecture examples, they all have the similar concepts, but they're not all the same, right? Because they've gone and written their way of doing things and follow the patterns they think. And there's kind of general rules that apply in where something should live. But the problem is if you try and follow those things and you don't understand all the rules because you haven't learned the lessons yet, you're gonna break someone's expectation of what that is, right? Changes is actually the biggest thing that I've come up against that might not fit quite cleanly, right? I can follow the same rules for the entities, roughly. Infrastructure, context lives in here, configuration lives in here. The application, I've got my actors in here, but then I've got things like the change discovery. Does that belong in my application? I believe it does right now. I don't think that's an infrastructure concern. It's definitely not. Maybe it's a domain concern though. So I've gone with what I felt and what makes sense to me now. If you try and follow along with the book and try and hold that, when you hit a scenario where the code doesn't match what fits in a nice little box because of a book, you end up deviating anyway, and that's when it gets more confusing. So I think it's more learning, being open to learning the lessons and understanding what you don't know as you go. There are more than 6 people that have to agree. You will never agree on anything. And yes, I agree with you. You need a veto or a dictator at the stage. Yeah. But you got to be, again, you got to be careful because you don't want to get into a position of demand. Yeah. Any generic guidelines will never be universally applicable. We have languages that literally are based on different fundamental premises. You will have the conflicts if you try to force pattern X on architecture Y. Yeah, but we don't really learn that, right? We learn someone's written a book, therefore they must know everything, and they've solved all the problems. But the problems aren't your problems, aren't their problems, and it's very difficult to do it to show examples in a book of all the scenarios that they've actually experienced, because a more complicated scenario is harder to follow. So yeah, but this whole problem is foreign to me. It seems far more modern, I think. I think part of the sign of a decent senior is them knowing the rules, so they know why they're breaking them and can justify to the person responsible for that code or who has to maintain it. Yeah. I also believe in not being, you know, the reason, I know you've been joking around with me, but the reason I get, I won't say defensive, but the reason I jump at those things is because I think it is also important to make sure you're asking that question of yourself, right? Did I do that for a reason? Am I just being lazy? Am I cutting corners and just, it's fine, I'm moving on, right? Um, I think it's important. A good, healthy team is one that can call each other out, and hold each other accountable. So it doesn't matter whether you've been coding for a month or you've been coding for a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades or whatever. You shouldn't be beyond um, being called out on something. Um, I think that's a healthy team, one that can get along like that. Okay, so let's go back. What was I going to do? I was going to go and look at why I managed to commit. I'm going to close that. Mojos. This is good. This is good. These got moved. We added the change events into the configuration. We added tests. I can still do this. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. Really? That's not good. How's the practical hocus pocus today? No audio at the moment, though. I'm gonna start timing him out. Um, yeah, I agree with you a lot. I just wanted to clarify earlier. I was just teasing. Yeah, the sole person responsible for this and who will have to maintain it there for the justification of any rule break has already been solved. Yeah, yeah. You know, but I do stream deliberately, and I've found that I've watched other streams with less senior developers. Um, and people love challenging them on everything, but no one really tackles. I mean, maybe it's just because people use it as co-working. I don't know. I've yet to understand usage patterns on Twitch. Um, how people are using the streams, if they're co-working or if they're actually following along and trying to, and they're interested in the technology. I don't know. You know, my reasons are, if I follow a stream, I'm normally trying to find, I'm trying to learn about the technology, their uses, and I'm watching them. But I don't find a lot of people challenging a lot. Okay, so there's that difference. Now I'm thinking about it, that probably does belong in the domain, because it is kind of the domain of changes, right? Is a behavior in the domain. But again, that's not finished with. It's just a place right now. Object extensions, the most generic name for anything. But again, until things start to take more of a shape, I'm going to leave it as that. It is. I did refactor it to get rid of some of the big cognitive overhead. Actually, I wish I'd recorded that. I've noticed that though. With a junior, I would critique a PR or a stream as they are purely to learn. With a senior, I will do so less, especially at work, if I know them. As my gut usually says, they'll probably have a good reason for this, and I can see what it's doing. My thing is I don't ever want to become, what's the word, nonchalant or complacent. I don't want to do things. I've been in a place where it's I've been doing this for 20 years. Who are you to question me? Right. I've been in those places. I've been questioned. I've had pushback on calling that sort of stuff out. Um, Wishing you had to. So the one thing that I do know now, I understand a bit more about how the actors are working. I do realize that there could be quite a bit of churn on them. Um, but as I grow with that usage, I will get a better idea of what that means. Basically, if a bunch of events come in for the same object, because the way hackers should process them, it's going to queue them, and the first one might go through, and then the rest of them are going to have been stacked up behind, and then get churned back and forth. But it should work, and it is filtering them out. I did open up the floodgates a little bit and dump a lot of events in, and it worked pretty well. And so far, it's doing 90% of what I wanted to do. I wonder if that's become a way to dig my own grave, as my PR don't get critiqued much. I can't stand certain critiques or certain style guide ones. If you get to a point where you're blocking a PR due to this code base, you should have one blank line between X and Y and not two. I want to scream. Um, yeah, I think again the whole pragmatism thing, right? Being realistic about, does that really hold things back? Um, Application. So there's some document-based class. So I put the last event stuff in there so we can deal with the. So I put the serialization behavior in there. Mhm. Might not be a winner, but we'll see. Um, but I think that's one where the team should agree upon what tools they want to use and how they want to standardize and make sure that those things are kind of handled. If it matters that much that you're blocking PRs because of them all the time, then yeah, the team needs to be more proactive about sorting that out. Otherwise, you're just going to create unnecessary blocks all the time. Like if someone blocked this because of that, okay, why did that get in there? Because that's actually a user file. That shouldn't even be in there. That's actually my settings. Um, and this one, idea. That should block. Um, because that could create a confusing commit later on if someone has their own user settings or they have the layout. But if there's a space and I'm committing this much code, do I really want it to be held back? App settings. None of my stuff has connection strings in that are the passwords matter, so I don't really care about these being committed. They're all dev stuff. Um, Collection, I'm ignoring last event because I don't. That's a field on the object. That's fine. DB context, plan repository, changes infrastructure, default change events or default change events. Or obviously, right now I'm only doing planning items, but as I grow this out, requirements, etc., they're going to come through. So we'll get there. Planning item change event. Again, publishing a different event. The internal stuff change. This is just you get package updates just to make sure everything's in line. This one I might want to change right now because right now it publishes out as 0 and 1. So actually it publishes as, oh, hold on. Just questioning my own sanity for a second. You paused, yeah. Actually, let me have a look here. Oh, what? That's wrong. You must still have it if you have it to question. That's wrong. That is very wrong. Why is that wrong? That is wrong because I I'm not testing the uh publish message. So publish message contains no, because they'll publish. This is bad. That name is bad. So planning item change event is new. If it's new, oh, whoops. Yeah, that's why that's wrong. But I don't think that's perfect anyway. But that should be that. So if there's not any changes or it's null, if changes is null for the reason, which it can't be, so that actually could be, yeah. That's more accurate. Uh, planning items, formatting again. That's that. Show diff. I did a space. See, to me, that's a readability thing as well, right? To me, I like the visual breakup. A lot of developers will do that. I kind of like the visual breakup there, but that's a preference. Um, but if you don't like that, and I do like that, it's where the consistency comes in. If you're working on the code base, then we kind of agree upon a standard. Then linting and what they're called editor config files are, I think, a must to make sure those things are handled. Otherwise, basically, every time you commit, you're going to do that. And every time I commit, I'm going to do that. And it's going to create a change every single time. So you want to make sure you're avoiding churn on those sorts of things. Um, format, go to, uh, gotta remember, um, um, right, um, publishing. Doesn't really matter. What's on that? Split, updated, that's created, and vice versa. It's not. It's I'm gonna put language like that in. And Created as update. And that's just a formatting thing. That is not. Format. Those are those changes, but I'm gonna have to mess around with it. Okay. The interesting thing about this project is I have never moved it out of the prototypes folder on my machine. So as far as my directory structure is concerned, this is project next, which I should probably handle at some point. Uh, time to remind myself of some Git stuff here. So I don't want that's fine. Change since last view is new. Yep, that's fine. And that formatted, that's fine. Come back to them later. So I want to remove this file and I want to remove this folder. Right now, being that no one else is working on the project with me or no one else is using JetBrains tools, I definitely don't want a .idea folder in there. So the first thing I want to do is go and validate the git ignore to see if it's got a .idea exclusion in there, which it should have had. And then the second one is I want to remove this one because as far as I know, that is my user preferences for the solution. So, yeah. Well, I don't like playing with this stuff. I've got to get better at Git. It's I'm okay with obviously commits and pushes and merges, etc. in general, but things like manipulating the files, removing files from stuff, I always have to refresh my memory on because it's not something I do commonly. And if you're new to the stream, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, if you want me to show anything specific, if you want to talk about any technologies I'm using, you're more than welcome to ask. You don't have to just deal with what I'm just going through this to try and get to a good point so that I don't end up making a mess as I go into the UI stuff. So I've got a good commit point, and removing this is necessary. So first step, let me go and look at my git ignore. Prototypes, project nets, liquid sky. Okay, let's open with VS Code. Okay, so ignore work folder. I mean, it ignores a bit more than work folder, but it ignores the idea. Unless that is not going to do what I think it's going to do. So how did that idea get included? The idea liquid sky, the idea. So that's got my SolarLint settings, my stash changes, its own git ignore. So how do why is that not excluding that? Or is that path wrong? Is it star or is it? Right, that's... Shouldn't that ignore anything that's .idea and below? Don't need the start end. So that should be that, right? Yeah, I've got to do the remove from cached, right? Git rm. It was that. It was in the git rm -r recurse cached. I want to do that, right? Everything's pushed. Yeah, everything's pushed. So worst happens every. Yep. Okay. And that should prevent it from being added back in. And then I want to do the same on. So how did that get committed? Again, did I add? Have these been in there and I've somehow changed them? Is the next question. So it's git rm dash. Don't need a recurse on this one. Dash cached. Liquid sky. Git add dot git ignore. Should look a little healthier. There you go. Gone. The idea. They got removed. Oh, it's healthier. That got removed. Thank you, MKB. It's those aspects of Git. I understand the removing I don't need to remove it from history. It's not going to cost me drastically to clean it or to purge it from the history of the repository. But yeah. Okay, we've got event receivers for tenant user there in tickets. I don't need to panic about this right this second. It's just that I changed the library. So I used to have to specify the event and the receiver, but the receiver received the event. So it didn't make any sense. So now I just add the receiver and it can infer the event. So you just tell it's an event receiver of that type and it works fine. Same there. And also I created an abstract base class rather than just an interface to inherit, to implement. Infrastructure, adding receivers. I need to, before I go to deploy this, I need to test. So I wrote a behavior in the way that the service works in that I should be able to say, here's all the receivers. However, only start these jobs. And then I can deploy the same service and turn on or off the jobs. That way I can say, okay, well, I need to scale out the consumers of this particular topic. I can just start multiple instances of the same service without actually rebuilding specific consumers, etc. Removed all library references, removed, updated XUnit. Here's my benchmarks. Benchmarks, 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 benchmarks. I'm surprised there's no runner inside of JetBrains at least. That'd be nice if I could just say run the benchmarks, because this seems unnecessary. And yes, I did leave hello world in there, but that's fine. I'm not going to go and make a commit specifically to remove hello world from a benchmarks project. Benchmarks, my extensions, test extensions. This is just to give myself a collection so I can cast the object to the right collection and then deal with it if it fails. And then there's our tests. Again, I'm not reviewing. So if this was someone else's code, I'd be reviewing this a little bit more in depth. A commit of this size, I think, is unreasonable. But I don't know how I would have done this outside of that. So this sort of thing seems to make sense. I think that commits like this that are necessary from time to time, right? This is quite a major component of the system being added. There was no benefit in committing it bit by bit and merging it. I'd love to know if anyone feels different than that, because I would like to understand different approaches there. But I feel this sort of commit is best done as kind of a paired review. The people that are reviewing it have to understand the technical decisions being made. I'm gonna leave that in there. It needs to. I need to. So Akka does have a test kit library, so you can actually test the Akka actors, and I need to learn that as well. Okay, so there we go. There's our. So I am an hour and 43 into the stream, and I'm not actually doing what I've done yet. What I need to do. Da, 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 da. Now I know I can't approve it for myself. I just wanted to make sure I validated all those changes. See, 12 commits for 83 files. That's a serious failing. Merge pull request, confirm merge, delete branch. Okay, so now we go back over here, check out development, update project. Nope. Do not want to merge commit from that. Just pull development. Get a test run built into that merge. Yeah. Yeah. Up here, it ran unit test. Yes, it ran unit tests. I mean, at this point, it doesn't hurt me even emerge it, and I have done sometimes, but it should run. And actually, that does bring up. I do need to make sure that the PR the test run is there, and obviously it's testing now. It's running the pull request, but I need to make sure that that actually is part of the PR that it won't let it proceed. Indeed, she vulnerable to data leak when using response. These are interesting. Yeah, once I get to CI/CD, like actual dealing with the pipelines and trying to do the actual production, because that's going to be challenging. Because what I want to do is build all the what did I get working last time? So when I did I got the Kubernetes system working. I basically had everything build and published to NuGet packages that then I would trigger using Team City to produce. To do that way? Produce Docker images and then updated the Kubernetes system. I don't want to do it that way this time. And besides, I'd like to use this even publicly. Yeah, going to figure out the whole deployment thing. um, okay, so that's that. Hey, Essa, long time. How are you doing? I know a little C# not to be able to write good code like you one day. Hopefully things are well. Yeah, seen you around in a while. Have you been keeping up on the project at all? Do you know where it's currently at? Great work has been done here again. Appreciate the support. I think since the last time you were in the stream, quite a lot has changed about how it was working. So I don't know if you've been keeping up on the VODs or at all. Or I know people do watch the VODs because the numbers do increase, and the people who watch the VODs are pretty supportive because I don't get any dislikes on the VODs. Okay, so why is squiggled? Why? Did they update? Liquid Sky. Close solution. Let's try that again. There you go. It lost its mind temporarily. Okay. Update. I think it fetched everything. I will return to watching your live broadcast soon. Oh, good. It'd be good to have you back. I hope you are doing well, though. Okay, let's delete that one. I don't like leaving them sat around. The project seems to be completed. I wish. I wish it would be completed. Water Drink Water project is on hold until we need it. Been doing game dev on that stuff. That's been fun on Mondays and Tuesdays. I am tempted very soon to resume a bit of Water Drink Water in so much as building a different UI. Um, but yeah, Liquid Sky continues to grow and become ever more complicated. At some point, I was thinking about this when we were talking about it the other day. I might actually have to start breaking these out into solutions themselves, just so I can kind of build the component of the application that I need to build at that time, rather than having the entire stack. Because I know, I know there's projects that of hundreds of hundreds of projects in the solution. I know they exist, but again, 57 projects is quite a lot. I don't think we would consider this small at this point. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go over to, I don't know, I've got it open on the screen. I was away due to some house moving. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I hope the move was went well. Nothing to be sorry about at all. I was actually going to reach out to you the other day and see if everything was okay, but yeah. Um, okay, so what I did in this one, this is the changes, T83. Um, um, identified what I needed, and I also documented in this thing that I felt that it would add risk to the project to introduce it as a change layer component. One option I would have to do with this alternately, and it's still not off the table entirely, would be to use something like CDC, change data controls inside a SQL Server, hook into that, and I could use Kafka Connect for doing that. I could use CDC and feed events out as a stream, like so I could feed the current version of the objects out. That was weird. My screen just went black. So I could still investigate that later on and not suffer. So, but for right now, the changes system being the way it is good enough. So we're going to move that to done, right? Um, I'm going to add a new card right this second. And the reason I'm doing this, that seems over the top. What's the end goal? What to use? Change data controls. Um, the end goal is just to be able to give notifications out, right? So the goal, and I'm talking about like crazy levels of notification that I want to deal with, right? So I want people to be able to say, I care about a specific item. I care about particular fields. I care about particular types of planning item. I care about particular people creating planning items so they can kind of monitor and be able to trigger notifications in again the way they want. Um, that's why I'm worrying about down to the individual fields, which objects I care about, what changed, why it changed. What I'm going to do is on the other side of this now, I'm going to create not today, but I'm going to create a notifications component that's going to consume those change events, consume the actual data, and then reassemble that and actually produce a notification. So into that API, you'll be able to say, hey, I care about this particular planning item changing. I care about the review date of this planning item coming within 10 days, etc. So there's going to be a few different pieces here. So a monitoring service will be next. Unfortunately, I didn't move for a good reason, but I hope everything will be better from now on. I hope so too. Sorry to hear that. And like I said, I hope things will be better from now on. So, so starting a stream right as you get an iced coffee and then talking so you don't drink the iced coffee you basically end up with um, weak, creamy coffee. It's not as pleasant as the iced coffee would have been refreshing. So yeah, but ultimately, yeah, the idea of this, and actually, I was talking. Mojo was streaming last night, and I added a different concept, a different idea for notifications because I mean we're pretty much all in the same boat, right? We're constantly bombarded by notifications, and don't forget the goal of this is that I don't want developers to have to worry about doing some of these notifications, which is why I'm focused so much on the notifications. I want these notifications to allow the developers to not have to care about certain things, right? So one of the things I kind of, as I was talking with Mojo last night, I'm like scheduled notifications. If I could say, okay, well, I want an update summary of where things lie based upon my notification preferences at 10 to the hour that we do the stand up, then stand-ups might actually get a little easier because the summary update's been dealt with. Um, you don't have to ask a developer, oh, where are we with this story? Where are we with this project? You can actually get an updated notification of the current state of entities. So, but I'm going to start a little simpler than that. So I'm going to start, okay, well, an assigned user, I care about users being assigned to planning items. I care about the review date of a planning item changing. So I want to focus on the actual active changes first and then get to monitoring later. But they are all kind of lumped in there. So it's going to be quite a complicated system. But I do want to make sure that people can flex that flex that notification system. By the way, I just mentioned it, but Audio has started streaming recently, and hopefully we'll be getting a new PC soon. Saran Kumar, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I would say that it's nice to be here, and TBD Gamer is a valuable person. If I had it, I would make him a Microsoft MVP. Why did shout out not work then? Shout out. Shout out. Did I misspell it? Mojo. What? There you go. That's better. Microsoft MVP. That's something I've gone after. Yeah. So anyway, the reason I want to focus on UI is just because there's some parts of inconsistency that have crept in the way that the UI works. I want to fix up some pieces because I need to start adding a few more things in. One of which will be user administration. I don't have the ability to add another user right now, which means if I focus on the notifications, I have no interface for dealing with subscribing to notifications. So I need to build towards that. So I want to tidy up the UI, get some of these things fixed up, and get that working better. And as always, again, if you're new to the stream, if you have questions, if you want me to demonstrate something or you want me to talk about particular technologies, just ask. There's no need for me to actually complete things on stream. I do like to talk. I should clarify that. I don't actually like talking. I like talking about software. Wow, it keeps everything. Delete all drafts. There we go. As a again, we get into the whole stories with value thing. I don't need to do this for this. UI inconsistency. Inconsistency means layout is broken in different places. Fix. I don't need to worry too much about this. I just need a story number from it. create. Let's move that to in progress. So this actually is starting to get to the point where I could actually deal with, I could actually track the things I'm doing here with the tools I have, right? So let's start the app. Yeah. Now, this is starting 9 different projects. Like I just said before, in reality, I don't actually need to start all the projects to make the app work. Realistically, I just need the service that I'm worried about right this second and the GraphQL API to have the app running. So if I'm working with planning items, right? If I'm adding planning items, technically all I need is the planning items component and the GraphQL API to work, and everything's good, right? I can make things happen back and forth. The data will be there, everything will work. Peripheral data. If I need to add a user, then I need tenant management running, right? So I need the different services up and running to be able to use the app effectively. But I could actually get by with just running certain pieces. I don't actually have to have the full stack. The more I've developed like this as well, the more I've realized that these actually could be self-contained. Teams could work on them on their own if they were big enough. Right now, they're not really that big in terms of their behavior, but you could work on this independently and test it and integration test it without any other component of the system. I think that's a key thing. So update UI overlays for consistency. This is going to take a second because it's loading, right? So we need the controls in the UI to look the same. This means, so basically new item, this is not the same overlay as it's not the control that I have for the overlay. Not this one. Do I not have any of these anymore? Yeah, so this is my custom version of the overlay thing. There is actually a call out thing built into the framework that works a little better than that. And it's a little smoother. So I need to embrace using PrimeNG's tools. So this is one. So in this instance, what I do here is I go here and say, okay, new planning item call out is incorrectly styled. Should see the new planning item call out appear using the prime and G controls. And ultimately, the way I want this to work is now that's an expectation, and I should be able to attach an image mock-up of that, right? Because the mock-up would be incorrect. So I'd be able to choose a mock-up and attach that to the actual requirement. Similarly, setting the screen doesn't use correct layout. Expect, and again, I'd be able to attach an attachment. I'd be able to attach an attachment. I'd be able to attach a screenshot or a mock-up to this. Expect to use the prime ng tab controls and layout projects. Actually, let's do that separately. Projects list should appear in grid as defined. I'll pretend that that's there. Settings projects list. The projects should show correctly. And then we go here and say, okay, well, now when adding new project, call out is incorrectly styled. The new project all out should appear using prime ng controls. This is so meta, using your own project management tool to develop the project management tool itself. That's where we need to get to. That's why I am focused on moving forward with the user stuff, because once I get the user stuff in there, I can start to build out the notification system, because I can log in as multiple users and stuff. But I need things to be more consistent before that. Each project call should appear using PrimeNG controls, and should disappear. Project is added. Project list should update. Again, I do want to make this a more rich text control. This should have ability to do markdown, etc. I'm thinking of doing that. So now this is our requirements. So now if I was actually working with this as a development team, right, this hasn't become work yet, right? And that's why I'm doing the planning. This hasn't become work, but I've laid out what I expect as a product manager to have happen. The development team would review this with me. So we'll be able to go through the requirements and say, oh, well, actually, that's a full story unto itself. So what we'll do is we'll make this one a story, we'll make these two a story, and we'll make this one a story, right? And that's the intention of this tool, is to make sure that you're not just creating stories that sit in the backlog, that you're actually adding value to the system, but also tracking, because PMs will often go ahead and write stories or write out these requirements, and they're more of a wish list than they are an actual defined piece of work. So the goal of this tool is to help refine that piece of work and identify, okay, well, just because you've put it in one card doesn't mean it's one story, right? And this allows you to discuss that fact and not have, because I've noticed that if a PM puts a lot of effort into building a really rich story in Jira and adding a lot of requirements and screenshots, etc., and the development team come along, they'll do one of two things. Either they'll pick it apart, in which case, unless the PM has got a lot of time on their hands, they'll end up either copying and pasting, or they'll end up trying to reassemble the different stories that the developers have asked for from those requirements, and assumptions get made and things get missed. Or the developers will go and implement exactly what they've been asked to do, and it becomes too much work and they lose track of it. So again, encouraging the discussion. That's all I'm focused on here. I'm not trying to say I'm going to solve all the problems with the flow, but encouraging that discussion, making sure there's a visual piece to refer to, and before it actually becomes work. So this is kind of what I'm aiming for, right? And I could do it. I can do it inside of where are you? I can do it in here, right? I could do these as sub items, right? I can attach. I think new sub item, link issue, so I can link it to issues. I can't do. I can't make them rich, and I want requirements to be richer, right? They should be able to be almost documents themselves. You could attach a document, but you can also do that. So yes, you can achieve it in these tools. I'm just trying to make it a first class citizen of the workflow, really. And that's why planning is something I'm focused on. So as I get better, my goal is that by the time I've gone through this process, I will do one of two things. I will either respect Jira more and understand how people actually use it, or I will be very good at breaking down requirements and be able to use my own tool to do it and demonstrate it effectively. Because again, this isn't, my area of expertise is on the other side of this, right? Not on this piece. But I've gone through enough of this with people to understand where this adds value. So anyway, yeah. So let's get started on this piece. T84, right? And again, I'm not going to add all that detail in here. But I will leave it open for now, yeah. Okay, so let's stop that running. Actually, that should have made some changes as well, I think. We should see uh, resume topics. $4 minutes ago, yeah, there was one. Yeah, so we got to change. Yeah, there you go. There's our requirement. So before we had, oh, that's wrong. Pretty sure we flipped them before and after that, haven't we? Ooh, interesting. That's why I'm testing it. Oh, there you go. There's the current one. Okay, they all came in short form. Okay, that's what it was. This is the most current one. So this one has the fourth one in there. So okay, they ordered themselves eventually. Phew. So yeah, this is what I'm expecting, right? I'm expecting to see. Okay, well, here you go. We've got that's what we ended up afterwards. That's what we had before. Um, yeah, it was. I thought it was giving them in the wrong order for a second, but basically that's the most recent one, and that's valid. But now that would allow, so ultimately requirements, by the way, wouldn't be in here because I think the way that I want requirements to work, they are too big for Kafka. So if I leave them in this form now, they're going to end up hitting the Kafka limit of message size. And I don't want to increase that size. I think it's about a meg by default. But even as I'm testing, I should be almost hitting that limit. Um, so yeah, these will ultimately be a list of GUIDs anyway. But now this would go out to the notification system and say, okay, well, the planning items changed. Because again, I can tell the planning items changed, the requirements rather changed on this entity, right? And the notification system would understand the entity. And then it would say, okay, well, does anyone care about requirements changing on this entity? Yeah. What do they care about? Do they care about the detail? Do they care about just the fact that they have changed? Do they care about who changed them? Let's go and produce that notification and then ask, okay, well, how do they want to be notified? Do they want to be notified by email? Do they want to be notified by push? Do they want to be notified as a queued message in their dashboard? And kind of make that a component of the system. So this will be consumed by notifications. Notifications will then go and publish extra messages to add the right pieces there. And I could do that through all manner of ways, but yeah. So the idea will be every topic has itself and then its changes. So for everything that needs to be tracked, you'd see a changes topic. But anyway, um, let's stop running. Yeah, I just need to make sure that T84, right? I need to make sure that I keep validating that the changes are working. So as I go through stuff, as I test stuff, I need to make sure that I see changes as I expect to see them. What happened there is those changes all kind of came through in a very short amount of time to the component, and they just kind of flooded out. And when I saw the first one, I assumed it was wrong, but it did actually deliver them in the correct order. Update UI components. Terrible branch name, but it works. Okay, so we're over here for now. Let's go and download WebStorm. Go to bed, TBD. You sober. Hi, Thindle. How you doing? Am I sober? You- How's it going? You're achieving the funny, without doubt. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's funny you say that though. Last night I was like, you know what? I fancy a bit of whiskey. So I had some whiskey, and then about an hour later, I'm like, I really shouldn't have had any whiskey because I don't drink alcohol very often. I just felt in the mood for that yesterday, and then I was no, that was a poor choice. So one drink, and I was like, yeah, I go back to coffee now or water. I think it's been at least 4 months since I last touched anything. So yeah, that's how rarely. Um, I want to go to bed, but I'm doing ops. Ugh, the second half of DevOps. Ugh, rather you than me. Oh, why did I do that? I should have updated the plugins. We need to come up with some better tooling for these companies that are delivering so many updates. Migrating databases feels like not something I should be allowed to do. Such is the life of an independent contractor, I would imagine. Yep. There you go. WebStorm 2024 1.5 installed. And now I'm just trying to make sure this is up to date. I'm not like, okay, I might as well get all the plugins and stuff dealt with so I don't have to have that messing around. What are we doing? Okay, so right now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the UI up to snuff. Um, we actually we've just created the first item in my system that is using my system essentially. So I need to get the UI all updated because this is using my overlay. I wanted to use the PrimeNG tools, um, so that it all looks the same and feels the same. See, the color is totally off in that one, and there's no border, and it doesn't sit right on the screen, and it doesn't close if I tap on it. So I want it to be using the same tools. I then want to move to settings, and this should load the projects list, and this should be a massive white block, and yeah. So we need to update the UI. So what I did just do, that's going to break now because the application isn't up and running, because that calls GraphQL. Let's make that simple. That's actually interesting. Why is that still running? You should be running. That's going to go blip in a second. Yeah, there you go. There's a blip. So we go in here now. I'm actually using, I'm not really fully embracing it, but I'm using my own system to do the work on my own system. So here we need to update the UI overlay. So here's my requirements. I need a new planning item. The new planning item callout, this one, should be updated to use the PrimeNG controls. The settings screen doesn't use the correct layout. I expect to use the PrimeNG tab controls and layout. The projects list doesn't appear. It should appear in a grid. And then when adding a new project, the callout is styled in the same wrong way. So I need to update all these things. I need the reason being I need to move towards the notifications piece, which I can't really do if this is all in a state of disarray. So yeah, but we are starting to get ever closer to actually being able to dog food the system itself. Yeah. So the goal right now. So I spent the last 2 hours tweaking and getting the pull request done so that I'm in a good state. So the goal right this second is to start building out the controls, and I haven't been near the UI in quite a few weeks now. Modules, planning, forms, add requirement, add planning. So add planning is using my app slide over. I'm going to move this over here a second because I know that if I go to the prime ng dots, they default to flashbang. Hungry Hungry Hippo, by the way. Thank you very much for the follow, and what an awesome username. As always, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, feel free. I genuinely mean that. Even if it makes me cry, I'll get over it if I'm doing something wildly wrong. So I think yeah, it's a sidebar. Okay. Just here to watch. Don't get to see C# and Angular often on here. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Angular definitely seems to be very rare these days. If you want to see someone using Angular, who's very good with Angular, by the way, not me. When he gets a chance to stream, XO Camille is very good at Angular. Yeah, I've been building this for the last 10 months, mainly on stream. So what I'm going to use here is I'm going to use this prime ng sidebar, I believe. I think it can control the position. So we're going to use the sidebar. It gives us the X, gives us everything there. So we're going to use that. And I think we can size it. So yeah, we can change the size of it. So let's, again, move that off so I don't keep flicking back and forth because that drives me crazy and that can't look good on stream. Yeah, let's just proceed. It's a shame it's not more popular. Never been a fan of React. I think Angular did themselves, the Angular team did not do themselves any favor when they moved from AngularJS to Angular 2 as it started. I don't think they did themselves any favor with that transition. I realized that they made the decision for the good of the framework, for the good of the tooling. But I think that lost them some early fans. So people that had already decided to go with React just never came back. But it's still going strong. This is on Angular 18. Whether I'm using Angular 18 effectively is another matter of opinion. The client side is not my strongest suit. It is not my strongest side. But I'm definitely happy to learn here. Yeah, not a great start. It's like PHP. It's great now, but its trouble past kind of hurt its reputation. Yeah. Yeah, PHP is definitely muddy. So what I got to figure out here now is how to delete it. It doesn't really matter. I can revert it if I get stuck. P sidebar. Let's have a look. Import sidebar module. Visible. Visible. Equals. Nope, not a variable for that. Open. Right. And then one day I'll actually start trying to write idiomatic TypeScript, by the way, instead of trying to make it work like C#. But not today. Public is visible. Pitfalls. This dot is visible. True. We'll see how it was. It's visible. Let's go over here. The one thing I've got to figure out is the reload, by the way, because it resets the path every time it reloads, and that drives me crazy because when I'm just trying to mess around with the UI and stuff, every time I make a change, I have to go and start over again. Not the worst start. We need a direction. Style class goes with rem. Let's try that. Need a direction. Position equals right. Hold on. Yeah, position equals right. Let's have a look. Better. Getting there. PHP is that kind of thing. Nothing wrong with the tool. Just it's so accessible. A lot of the tools were made by hobbyists, which is lovely, except for things that require a trained hand. Uh, I've met great PHP developers, really smart people. I used to go to a meetup. Actually, PHP meetups are the thing I've done the most of. I've done like one or two .NET meetups in my entire life. But more. I did a lot of PHP meetups for a couple of years. Met a lot of very smart people. But again, there's that much PHP out there. Most of it what you see is like people learning and growing, and you know, it's so easy to write PHP any way you want that it's even so with .NET, right? If you're writing stuff, you pretty much have to use classes. You kind of force down that path. You're writing classes at some point. There's a way of writing it that you can't really avoid, and the code might not be clean. It might be messy, but it's got still have a structure to it. With PHP, you can use a class. You don't have to use a class. You don't have to do anything. You can use a type. You don't have to use a type. If it's evolved from the early days, and all that code is still in some way, shape, or form for the most part supported. Yeah, all WordPress developers. I offered to work on someone's stuff and then realized that it's WordPress and realized that the templates on WordPress are individually custom. So rather than just because I've been using GoDaddy for a few sites to help some people out, and using their web builder rather than building entire sites from scratch. And WordPress is way harder than I remember it being. The hobby is just great until you discover they wrote your password hashing lib your connection pool threading implementation. Ooh. Yeah. So Okay, so that didn't take. Why didn't that take? If I do that, it'll evaluate differently, but I don't think that should matter. Same issue with HTML actually. Oh, hold on. That's because I'm not using theirs. I did WordPress dev for 2 years a long time ago. Ended up not touching code for years after that experience. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are very good senior PHP devs out there. Just needle and haystack amongst all the WordPress devs. Yep. That's not going to be it. That's not right. That's not the problem. With that is not this. The problem with that is the fact that I'm not using a Tailwind style because I'm not using PrimeNG's CSS layout stuff. I think. We'll see. If everyone could just follow the HTML spec, parsing it would be a cakewalk. But if we decided to accept crappily written HTML way back when, so that was yes, yeah, yeah, that'll do. This one I got rid of, so it doesn't really matter. But I think it's 1/3, so let's make it 1/3. The issue with WordPress is people just installing all the plugins they can find without checking the security vulnerabilities, without validating they actually work together. Unless I'm wrong, the latest version of WordPress doesn't even use PHP for most of what it's doing. Most of its app is now written in JavaScript, I believe. I think even they're moving away from using PHP for everything but the back end. Unless I misunderstood the developer talking about it. There you go, that was better. Title equals add planning item. Got to talk about consistency in that at some point, but we'll get around there eventually. Yeah. Peter, hey Connie, how you doing? WordPress is a completely different beast these days. And if you sign up for their pro package, it's even scarier. But their plugin system and everything about them is kind of just scary. Wish you could password protect the ability to enable plugins. Have stupid math problems. Is this math problems caused by shaders that you're doing because you're putting off getting back to your game? Oh no, why no title? Um, I'm doing good. I'm having fun. Got some progress made. We actually, I'm going to share this to everyone who understands what this project is doing. Actually, I've been building, finally starting the process of dog fooding the app and actually adding requirements in to demonstrate what I mean by requirements. So the thing I'm working on right now is actually these things. So, and we got the changes streaming through. So using MongoDB to store and produce changes. So I actually got a stream of actual change events coming through. So you can see what actually changed in the system, which is nice. Need to project a 3D coordinate on a plane and get it in local space. Cool. Good luck with that. Is that like the raycasting thing? Is that the right terminology there? I'm surprised there hasn't really been any more modern WordPress competitors yet. I just think it's like, I mean, Squarespace, I suppose, is the biggest alternative, right? Because Squarespace is just a more idea. I have the point on the plane, but need to calculate it into the local coordinate normalized. Well, I retreat to my previous statement of good luck with that, because I have no clue. There's a reason why my Godot playing has been 2D. If you want to watch awesome development, and game development and overlay development and awesome stuff, Canny is a very good place to go. Canny is an amazing developer, very passionate, cares about the code, loves what he does, and yeah. Although apparently he's a bit dodgy on the math. Okay, so overlay. We need to. That really just all work. So the point of that was again, a true programming imposter. No, actually, trap. Sorry, that sounded like a shout. My apologies. Trap. When we were talking about imposter syndrome the other day, Trap raised some good points there. I really think I need to avoid getting into that mindset where I think that it's like a thing. You're an imposter, then there's no hope for me. Yeah, I think we should, in general, just avoid saying that. I think, especially considering what I've said about not hero worshipping and not like looking at what other people do and saying, "Oh, that must be the right way because they did it." Right? Being pragmatic and realistic about what you can do and learning and growing. So I think I need to. I think I generally need to work more on being just more positive and accepting my my talents and accepting my weaknesses in the same. Yeah. So anyway, system is building. We're starting to get the point of um, actually being able to use the project to build the project, which is nice. It's a good step. There's no limit to what we can do or what can be done. The only limit is time and resources to do it. I'm an optimistic realist. I exist in two states. State I'm stupid and should go on rise field, and I'm God. I can program everything, and I'm oscillation between both. So a long time ago, when I first started this stream, um, I was I'd always do the same thing. I would be very negative about myself and I'd say things like, "Oh, you're so dumb. Oh, you're an idiot." I do it from time to time now, but I had so three of my original members, Mr. Anhorn and Junicus, who are still around, and Ancient Coder, who sadly no longer um, seems to be on Twitch. Um, Ancient Coder would call me out all the time for that. Please stop doing that, right? Please stop calling yourself out. Please stop saying you're stupid. When someone who is clearly more experienced than a lot of people, right? Again, years and years, right? But if you're sat there calling yourself stupid, how do people think when they hit something that seems trivial to you, right? So please stop calling yourself out as stupid, right? And especially on stream, because it could be slightly demoralizing. And I think it's positive. It's made a positive difference on my approach as well. So long story short, don't call yourself stupid. When you make a mistake, you make a mistake. You're human. Um, everyone has the ability to write terrible code. You know, yeah, like you said, a hungry hippo. So, so that advice has stuck with me, and I feel it is something that we should all take, especially as we are streaming, and we are kind of saying, "Hey, look, I can do this. This is cool," or "I'm learning. Here's my growth." Um, oh dear, I made a mistake. Oh no. Oh yeah, I missed that. It's probably more constructive and helpful to people that don't see it than being seemingly negative on yourself. Because I know for one, you are not stupid by any stretch of the imagination. and a very talented developer with a lot of passion for what you do. So yeah, here's one limit: no one can read Perl. It's a right little language with all the time in the world and all the resources. It can't be done. Yeah. So I've seen Perl done in crazy ways. Um, my old boss could write Perl. When people say that I'm good, I usually respond with, "Dude, I do crud." Don't downplay what you do. That's the key. We should all be a bit more upbeat and positive. No, I'm not saying arrogant or be, all for yourself, but in the same, I think we I don't know about you, but when I write software, especially for this, right, my goal of this project is to make people's lives easier, whether that be developers or product management and maybe management themselves, right? Um, I want to make people's lives easier. I want to take the load off in certain ways and hopefully achieve that. I can write Perl fine. Reading someone else's or even my own when I forgot what it does, it's like translating hieroglyphs from a long lost, forgotten. Yeah, Perl is I don't know if there's much Perl out there anymore. But yeah. Okay, we need that title in there. That's what we need to do. So why does the title not set that? Basic position. Okay, well the cancel button needs to do um uh cancel create method this dot form group dot reset start is visible looks false. Remove that. My last company used Perl. The team lead was mainly a Perl dev. You want to talk about terrible code? I think Perl 6 it turned into Raku, but I think there are some diehard Perl 5 fans out there. Yeah. A technology that has run its course overall. I'm sure that, I mean, again, I think there's obviously old systems and stuff that still exist that need it, but in the same, I don't think we're building anything new with Perl, right? Right? Please tell me no. Um, Python 2. Um, so add requirement is dialogue. No, that's in as a slide over. What? Didn't I just determine that add requirement was not in as a slide over? Uh, keep saying it's a write-only language. Greenfield Perl dev required is something I've never read in almost 20 years of job searching. Okay, so I made this a dialogue. Um, why does that still say slide over? Did I did I make a form out of this? Planning items, add planning item, components, add requirements. Oh, yeah. Bye bye. I best not break my application with that, but in the same, I think I just broke my application with that. Nope. Okay. Any language where regex is a first party part of the syntax should be taken out back and a stern talking to. I did like the forays and foravars, but about the only thing I did like from the language. Um, the only thing I've really seen developed, well, I've seen two things developed in Perl. I've talked about them both on stream before. My boss in my first place wrote a. Now I'm thinking about it. It might have been Java he wrote that in. Yeah. Okay. So one thing I saw in Perl, he wrote a train simulator in Java, but I thought that was Perl for some reason, but it wasn't. But the second thing was he wrote the entire platform, the um, the e-commerce platform for the company to do to interact with um, our reservation system. I used to work for a travel company in the UK. Uh, he wrote an entire platform using Perl, a website and all, and it was impressive. My firm and many places that existed in the 90s had lots of Perl. Yeah. So no, I think it should be treated like an old dog and taken out. Oh, bit dark, bit dark. Um, I was too young and naive to understand the decisions. I got to replace the site a couple of years later with PHP. So I rewrote the entire site in PHP a couple of years later to do all the same things. But I will say that he was one of the people that I didn't understand or appreciate the impact he had on my approach to software in general until years later. And I felt bad never having thanked him for that because he was very pragmatic overall. Seemed very rigid, but he was very pragmatic and very uh not carefree, but he definitely didn't believe in holding on to things. So when I got to rewrite the site in PHP, he supported me in all sorts of ways. He didn't complain, he didn't make an issue out of it. He was very proud of what he did, but in the same, I didn't feel like I was being held back because I was replacing something he built, right? Um, I think that was. Now I look back on the behavior, I'm like, oh, that was good, um, constructive and productive for the company. It was more about there's a better language that's been out there now, and we use that one. Um, to be fair, my first ever CEO, I owe a lot to. I think he lacked coding skills, but he was very good at understanding the business and yangling with balance of politics. Coding is hundreds of books that this was mastery I could not have learned by reading. Yeah, I learned a lot of things that I didn't. Again, um, reflecting back, I see the with hindsight, I see it, and it's nice. Okay, so we need this to have a title. I want to say update planning item, but it's not having a title. Headless template. Does it have an actual title? Style. I'm not sure this does have the ability to have a title exactly. I think you have to put a template. So one of the things I do want to do eventually is have iconography. I want to rearrange these somehow because this icon doesn't fit here, right? I think it should be up there, but I don't want to play around with this stuff right now because I think it's more important that I have the ability to just move forward. But in the same, I'm doing this because then I have at least the consistent layout and behavior to play with, and I'm not chasing these later. Um, but I'm thinking about how do I do the like, okay, I want to put icons and stuff in there. Components, forms. So this is the last of the forms. Ng temp. Oops, if you copy the right thing in there, buddy. Header. Planning item, add planning item. So that does not have a title. So that title is okay, that's going to be the. How does HTML work? Add planning item, there you go. So we can probably make that H. There you go. Okay. So let's get this done. So this will be add ability to register for notifications. So the notifications component of this, the reason I'm not tackling it tonight is because there's an awful lot of things I need to work to get this. And I need to kind of decide on the simple path, right? I need to be able to demonstrate it. And that's kind of my MVP. There's no way I'm going to get to the end goal overnight. So I need to kind of decide on whether I'm going to use a dashboard or I'm going to use push notifications. Push notifications will best demonstrate the real-time behavior, but the dashboard will allow me to see here's what I've got to deal with and track. Push notifications will be simpler because I just need to provide a list of notifications and be able to clear them. Dashboard, do I need to build out like an inbox process or display or whatever I need to do? So yeah. And also there's a lot involved in here. Which is why these tools are going to get, I'm going to make these actual full editors, because what I'm actually trying to describe here, I think needs clarity and needs a lot of description. So I'm not going to try and dig into this ability to register notifications too deep right this second, because I'm just trying to create an item. But basically, I want to be able to register, see notifications about events, creating a notification. I should be able to decide what it is I want to be notified on based on title, description change, due date, change, assigned to, changed, project changed, requirements changed. 7 14 2024, not assigned, not assigned. Okay. Did that actually work? I don't think that worked. That'd be a problem. Topics. No. Why is that? What? Okay, so you can move past the end of it. That's a challenge. Either way, that's not. Yeah. Okay. Either way, they'll not save. So let's have a look and see. Yeah. Console network. Oh, that's why. I'm running GraphQL. I'm not running planning items. I need the project to be running in the background to be able to validate that works. And that is actually a challenge of the development, right? The and it is one thing I've been considering as we've talked about stuff like this, right? I'm adding basically a new component to the system resolves to a minimum of 5 projects right now, right? So it's an intimidating application to look at, but also how much do you need to know to be able to work in an individual piece, right? Um, if I'm like I just did then, right? I'd forgotten to run the component I needed to run. So now with GraphQL running and planning items, I can actually go in here, best be able to at this point. I can go in here, and obviously that first one's gone because I've reset the form. But I should be able to go in here and do things on the things, do more things. Oh, 7, 14, 2024. That's interesting that it'll let me do that, but yeah. And that should work. He says with confidence, as it doesn't work. It failed. But understanding why I need to do that, right? What caused me to do that? I think this is just because things are up and running properly. But I should have got through the API there. I should have got through no events should publish, but that's okay. But there's quite a lot to take in, right? You have to understand all the components. You have to understand, okay, well, I need this running for these pieces. Because again, the UI is pulling together GraphQL. It's all pulled together into GraphQL through a single database. Um, so you don't necessarily know which part of the system a piece of data belongs to. So as you go through it, and the bigger the project gets, the harder that's even going to be for me. Because I might not work like the UI stuff. I might not work on something for a couple of months. Well, now I've got to go back to it. So um, that's when I should be willing to make the most changes, because if I don't understand something, or something's a bit more difficult, or it's broken, or I feel it's broken, I shouldn't be scared to change those things and fix them and move on with things. Um, um, okay. Okay. I need to validate that that's working still. Also, the cancel does what it should do right now, right? New item, cancel, yeah, new item, cancel, blah blah blah, cancel, new item, blah 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 blah, cancel, new item. Eh. So we need uh, what is the event? Falls equals cancel. Let's figure that out. make sure that resets properly. Otherwise, that's the sort of bug that you don't want. You don't want to just sit out there. No, that's not resetting. What is that event then? And, checking progress of migration, 1%. Checking progress of migration again. 5 minutes later, 0%. um, yeah, that ain't good. API. Okay. I'm just looking to the on hide, visible change, on hide, emitters, footnotes on escape, defaults to true, position, full screen, close and escape, show close icon, dismissible, whether to dismiss the sidebar, click on them, click on the mask, yeah. Modal, base. Okay, so on hide should be that. Okay, so we should do that. There you go. That. Okay, we reset properly. Introducing filtering. I think all progress bars suffer from delusion. I mean, aren't most progress bars a guess at best? That being said, because it's like when you select a folder in Explorer, it's counting the files at the same time as giving you the progress. So the progress is always moving around. And the time is an estimate based upon the number of files divided by the average of the time it takes to transfer all the files. So if you end up with a burst of tiny files, it can go a little faster, but it can also hit one big file because it doesn't know the size up ahead. So it's always a guess. A simple planning item. This save 07. So again, all planning items have to have a review date. That's the bare minimum. That is closing very quick, and that's not okay. It's logging again. Simple planning item. Question: if you're doing this sort of thing, would you expect autocomplete to be off there or on? And also, why did that just allow me to hit create when I don't have a review date? That was working before. That's still going too quick. Still erroring. Why are you erroring? Oh. I'd like it to use semantic kernel and try to guess what I want to say with AI. It's on the list. Nope, it's on the list. It's on the list of experiments. I want to, basically what I want to do is experiment with, once I've got the pieces working and I can demonstrate the application as a whole. This is not a need to have, it's a nice to experiment with. I want to be able to say, okay, write out your description here. Take that description and first expand and correct the text, or give a better idea of what I'm actually asking. And also, from what I've typed, can you infer requirements? I have an LLM running on my home lab. My home lab is tiny and doesn't have a GPU. Yeah. But yeah, I want to see if that's possible. I want to experiment with that. But that's a down the line must have, must a nice to have rather than a must have. So the thing I'm forgetting here is the fact that if you haven't seen this before, if you're new to the stream, this might. If you're not new to the stream, this is a very, very, very overused diagram at this point, but it helps provide a picture. The way the app works is the client sends all requests through the gateway. The gateway goes to the API specifically, right? So each component of the system is broken down into its own API with its own responsibilities and its own data stores, not microservices, modular monolith. Running an image gen using stable diffusion right now. Nice. Yeah, I haven't got any of the LLMs and stuff. Is that an estimate? And what's feeding the estimate? But if I'm going to run a single service, I need the gateway up because the client only talks through one address. It doesn't talk directly to the APIs. So if I don't put the gateway up and I have the service and the GraphQL pieces working, that's awesome. This will become more of a problem when I actually put GraphQL behind the gateway, because right now this arrow really goes here, right? It should go through here so that the gateway is the only way of communicating with the backend. Storage usage is going up. That's a good sign, right? So now that should, he says, and has said it many times, so might be wrong again, should save. Simple planning item. This is a simple planning item. Do you notice what changed there? Create button didn't really enable. 20 meg now. It needs to get to 800. Okay. Okay, so we'll put that there and we'll create. There you go. There's our simple planning item. So the way it works, and dealing with things like errors and stuff will have to come later. The way that works is this will show here when it has been stored locally, but also when it has got an identifier back from the server side. So it won't show here unless it actually saves. So what I should probably do there is when I hit new, I should actually pause and wait until I get a response back and then error the screen. Whereas what I'm doing is just moving on and crashing out. But yeah, I should be now able to click that eventually. Is that erroring? Shouldn't be erroring. Oh, so this is working because these were all loaded in the store before, right? The problem here is when I click this, it doesn't know about this yet because the actual detail that it needs isn't there. And this is a eventual consistency problem. So again, because of the way that I do this, when I send a command, an API request, I write to the data store, I then publish an integration event. So now I need another piece running, right? I need to have the consumers running because if the consumers aren't running, the GraphQL piece won't actually pick up the event. So this will get published. This will have gone to Kafka. So I'll be able to go here, be able to go here, and probably should see an item appear in, yeah, that's 31. So 2 minutes ago, right? So that simple planning item is queued in Kafka. It's not gone. I've not lost it, but I've not received it yet. So what I need to do now is also go and start up the consumer for the piece I need. So again, consumers, and now I'll run the view consumers. I don't care about changes, knowing about it right this second, so that's fine. But I now need to add the fourth service running. And I can shut this down again afterwards if I want to. If I just wanted this to run, I can just run it and then move on. But what that will do now is it will consume that into the view. And when I click this, now it will load, right? I'm going to switch over my focus to something else, but I got the audio on. No worries then. Well, thank you very much for coming hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you get to get some sleep soon. But now that's consumed, I could actually turn off the consumer service and not have that running and not load up, too much stuff going on. But I can now trust that things will work a little better. If I change this, it updates. It tells me that it updated. It shows in here. Again, it's updating a local store and publishing that data. Okay, but either way, apart from some testing challenges, and again, that sort of stuff, I'm not going to chase past every little thing, because if I chase past every little quirk or bug, etc., now I'm just going to get super focused on refinement that I don't need to worry about right a second. But I can do this, I can add this, this all works now. So we can commit at that point. Let's make sure that it's running. Stop all. Stop. I prefer to do it that way. And I prefer to commit through Rider, even though I can commit in WebStorm as well. So we've done that, and we did that. So we removed this and we updated this, right? So move, add planning item form to using P sidebar instead of custom overlay flyout. Removed. I suppose that's a refactor, right? Moved applying item away from custom flyout. Used P sidebar. Removed. Add requirement form. This was. So I just left code lying around there. Import file, trying another way. Oh. Commit. Okay, so there's our first commit. One more. Don't do this to me. Oh, it worked. Oh. If I click on that, then that will just hang. I think Solent has a few issues with that. Okay, so let's start that up again. Don't need that. Don't need that yet. Okay, so we're running the GraphQL piece again, and we can run this piece again. So we'll get looking at how to do that. I look at all the things I've done so far in this application, and I think it's going well, right? I think the application's coming together. I think the ideas are getting in there. I think what I'm building is starting to show some promise. And I think all the ideas I do have and all the things I want to introduce, and very soon I'm going to have to consider what do I need versus what do I want, and what demonstrates best what the application can do. Because as I'm doing it all on my own, this is not going to get any easier. Okay, so let's look at I think a tab view probably works pretty well here. So let's go and look at the UI for this. So we have the settings module, we have the home component, and it's just using the list on the side and using a side reference portion of a document whose content is only indirectly related to the document's main content. Right. And then we have the router outlet. So this is loading the actual page. So each one of these components is loaded as an actual component, right? It's not actually, to use tab view here might not work without some serious refactoring because I'm actually loading a full route in there. So I don't have to have the page content loaded fully in there. Controlled. Add to index template, closable, scrollable, dynamic. NG4. That works. Template. I'm not using that lazy. Lazy is pretty much what I want. I'm just not loading them as actual controls. They're full routes. So the idea would be you can actually navigate to the actual settings page you want. So maybe that's not what I actually want. Divider. Vertical. No. Field set panel. Splitter. Toolbar. No, not toolbar. Tab view. If I could have tab view with routing, that would work, but I don't see that being supported. Because that would be awesome. I could just navigate that way then. Disabled, template, closable, scrollable, lazy. Menu, tab menu. Tab menu. Tab menu. There we go. That's close to what I want. Now can I vertically align them? I mean, if I can't, I can't, but this is probably close to what I want, right? With the router. Okay, we have no files changed, right? Okay. So let's remove that. So model items. Interesting. Oh. That's quite the way to look at it. Programmatic. Whoa, what are you doing? Did you really actually make it a dear. Tab menu. It's actually a link. It actually tried to navigate me. Router. Yeah, it did. It navigated me to primeng.org and Angular.io. Not fun, dude. So here we have the items. Let's do that. Okay. Items. I don't mind defining them, but yeah. Items. I'm still gonna put public there. It's my code. Menu item defined, and then on init. Is it implements? I never remember these on init. Ng on init. And yes, I know I'm not putting public there. I must learn. I must learn. Okay, so route is that. Label is settings. Do I want label is projects? Oh, we'll go with that for a second. And we need a router. Okay, so private router. You got a router. Go on, tell me it's obsolete. Promise return is ignored. If no starting route is provided, the navigation absolute. Yeah. And that is going to be in place of, that's going to be projects. I gotta be careful here because I don't want to. Okay. Import tab menu module. So this should load out the modules now. Come on. Settings. You busted. P tab menu is not a non-element. Okay, so the problem here is this is going to be standalone. No, it's not standalone. If P tab menu. So normally this is caused by me not having can't bind to models that it is not known property of T. So P tab menu. So the settings is a module, and we added tab menu module in the module configuration. There's our routes, they're registered. Projects is a child of this, and this settings module is settings. So if you go to settings, yeah, and it loads a settings module, and that settings module has a router for the settings routes. The settings routes has the base path, and then there's child routes of that. So it'd be settings/projects. That's all good. So the module is there. Let's reload that and see if it still breaks. That should work. It should hot reload that, essentially. Yep, it reloaded that time. Oh, it looks like it's reloading. That's concerning. So we go here now, and there we go. There's awesome. So the problem with that is the route is root. So that needs to be that, and I think that needs to be relative. No, no. See, that goes to settings. That's fine. Do I have to do if what I set URL to for projects? Okay, it's just projects. Still trying to get my head around how the routing does it. So that'll without that, that means relative to the base I'm on. That's fine. Why can't that have... Actually, why can't I just have a route? Route is projects. I think that's demonstrating if I want to do something special, but I don't care about anything special there. I just care about navigating. Go here. There you go. There's projects. There's settings, home. There's projects. Not me, don't worry. I saw you on the CTO stream earlier, and you mentioned you just added Mongo to your project. My question is, why Mongo instead of a relational DB like Postgres or MS SQL? Okay, welcome in. Not me, don't worry. Actually, this project is a pretty large project, and I do have a belief of using the right storage for the right job. The part I just added Mongo to is my changes component. This system is built to be quite large. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm building a project management tool, a Jira, work tracking, all sorts of stuff tool, right? And I'm focused on the planning component right a second. But the way the system works is each component of the overall system is its own set of APIs, its own storage, etc. So each one of these actually is a SQL database. It's a MS SQL database. So where necessary, I use relational DBs. The GraphQL side of things, when I'm doing the view, this is a SQL DB. However, what I've just gone through is building out my change process. So the way this system works is when I'm on the client here, right? The client is using GraphQL to pull all the data together, but the actual data might come from different sources, right? So the individual components of the system own the data. Like the users come from the tenant management system. The projects come from the tenant management system, because that's kind of right now, that's kind of my global, everything needs to care sort of project. Attachments is its own component to the system, right? If I add an attachment, it actually uploads into, well, I say tenant management. In tenant management, in this respect, I'm talking as in, if you were a company signing up for this. So if I go to the sign up page, right? So if I sign up as a new company, I have data that is specific to me. I don't want to see your data, right? So that's the tenancy I'm talking about here. So tenant management is the tooling responsible for managing those tenants and any data that they own globally, etc. So that's what I mean when I say tenant management. So when I log in, I am logged into my tenant. I'm logged into my data. I can always see my projects and stuff. So each one of these has its own. So in this case, this is planning. So most of these API endpoints are in planning. But if I go and change it, if I want to get the list of users, well, that's in the tenant management system for the users. Projects are in the tenant management system. So those two queries go out to a separate, they go to GraphQL, because GraphQL is the join of all the data. So when I go and add a attachment or I add a planning item, they go into this system, publish out. Kafka is my backend here, and I publish data, and the view database itself, the view consumers pull that in, so all the database come together. So over here, there's my attachments, there's my planning items, there's my tenant management, there's my ticketing system, and now here's my view database. And right now the view database is pretty much all the data joined together, right? So it's all the tables that exist in these other pieces, all built so that it knows how to talk about it relationally. The benefit of doing this way is that I have these databases don't have to worry about their query. They just I need to be able to write the data, store it, and then move on. So these are the sources of truth. And I can worry about the read needs at the view level. I don't have to worry about how I'm reading the database and how I'm writing to it. So that's why I've broken it up that way. When I got to changes, the data flow here, when I send a request up to the server, it goes into its relevant API. That API then basically stores the data and publishes an event to say this thing has been updated, and it just publishes a current instance, a current integration event of that thing. So it goes to Kafka. My view consumers pick that up and store it in their database. So I can say, oh, yeah, I've seen this object. Let's update its values. And again, they don't validate it. They don't question it because they're being told by this system, here's the current state of this data. So the only validation they do is does anything I'm referencing not exist yet? And if so, create a stub for that object because that might be coming later on. And that gets into a whole eventual consistency discussion. That same event is consumed by the changes component, and that uses Mongo. So here in Mongo, I'm consuming those change events and storing the last one. The most recent one I had is the current version here. When I get another change come through, I do a diff against that object and say, here's the things that changed. And I publish back out to Kafka. This is actually the outbox for it, but this is the, I then publish out to Kafka. Oh, by the way, these things changed. So I now have a stream of changes. So that's how I'm using Mongo here, right? So changes in my overall project is a set of components. So I have how I deal with the changes, and it streams that out. And ultimately, what I'm going to do there is be able to subscribe to changes. So you'll be able to say, okay, well, I care about being told when the review date changes, or I care about being told when the name changes, or if it's assigned to me, I care. Tell me about it, right? Notify me immediately if something's assigned to me. So that's why I'm using Mongo there. But again, I'm using the right technology for the job there, because in reality, if I go to SQL here, the object that publishes out of Kafka for the planning item, if we just take a look at one, right? Pull that into, let's pull that into Fleet. It'll read a bit better, right? So this is the object that publishes out into Kafka, right? If I was to store this in a SQL database, well, now I've got a nested array. I need to store relative documents. But if I'm just comparing this object A to B, why do I need a relational database, right? I don't want to have to create all the relations, because if we look at the view in the view DB, when I have a planning item, the planning item has it's got a tenant ID attached to it. It's got a ID attached to it. It's got all the description, etc., and then associated requirements. Requirements is its own table. So if I was to use SQL DB in the changes stuff, I then have to go and rejoin all this data to be able to store it effectively. Just to do that, I could store JSON serialized in the database, but then I'd have to do some extra translation. That yes, it can be done. It doesn't have to be. But I can't compare the event coming in as an object to the table. I have to still pull that table out and do all that stuff from SQL. Mongo is built to be a document DB, so I might as well store the object in Mongo and pull it out. So it does what I need to do. Ironically, and this is why I asked on CTO stream about the provider, I'm using Entity Framework core provider for Mongo that actually threw a spanner in my works, and it still actually ends up serializing my object to JSON. So I'm actually doing the thing I wanted to avoid. Yeah. If I was using the MongoDB driver, I could worry about storing the object. Instead, I'm actually serializing the object out to JSON from and to JSON anyway. So I'm actually not getting the full benefit of what I aim to do. But that's why I chose to use Mongo. JSON in this case, I'm serializing it out to JSON. Mongo might be doing the BSON part, but well, however it's working. But yeah, it ends up being, if you look, I actually have to store. Actually, it does do a pretty good. I mean, that's the actual value of the field, but it is. I'm having to make it a string in the data type. So, actually, does this now let me do that? Oh, no, it doesn't let me set. That'd be awesome if it would. Say it's JSON. But again, the benefit of the way the system's being built is if I come around later and I want to make improvements to this piece, I can make an improved version of this and use the driver and experiment with that without actually switching this out. And then I can swap them over when I'm happy that they work. String in data type. Not sure what you mean, MKB. String in data type where? In here? Because I know that I'm serializing and deserializing because I've called it event body. And the document object I pull actually does the deserialize from JSON back to the event type that I'm actually expecting. So I've made it transparent to me overall in the code. So I could support it being not done that way, but yes, it's the irony is not totally lost on me. Ooh, please swap that. Then you can do entire searches within event bodies. You mean swap out for the MongoDB driver rather than the entity framework piece? As it stands, I don't need to do very much more. So yes, I could swap this out for SQL Server. Because I've used Entity Framework Core, I suppose it actually wouldn't be that difficult. Yeah. I think the right thing to do would actually be, storing it as one field and not being able to search it defeats the point of Mongo for this. Again, this is just me. So again, the thing that I'm really embracing with does anybody else feel pretentious when they say the word architecture? It sounds really it feels pretentious when I say architecture, but the entire design, the system design here is actually opening my mind in a lot of ways to just how flexible this becomes. In that I can swap these components out later on. I can switch up the way things are working without too much effect on the system as a whole. As long as the inputs and outputs are the exact same, everything in between can change, and I don't have to worry about affecting other components. So again, when I put the changes into the actual SQL side of things, when I move them, where are you, diagram? When I move them in there, it felt bad, and it actually made me worry that I was going to affect the behavior of the system. What it meant was I could potentially get the changes out much sooner, but I was making this do more than it needed to do. So breaking the system up into these little components means that I don't need to worry about search in this context, because if I want to use search, then that's a different problem I'm solving, and I can actually build the component out for that. But like I was saying before, the cognitive load of the overall system is starting to concern me in so much as this is scratching the surface of its functionality. If you look at what I've actually got so far, it's not doing an awful lot, but there's a lot of it. That does concern me a little bit. that being said, I'm also a single developer building a system that many developers would actually end up supporting, right? Um, and the consistency between the components means that you could move between components and work on them. So, um, yeah, so I'm not trying to use MongoDB for search here. I'm trying to use MongoDB just for quick storage, recalling that data in the quickest possible way with two IDs, right? I have an identifier and a tenant identifier. Give me that data. I guarantee I've got those two pieces of information for any component I'm pulling out here. So um, that's the benefit I'm getting. It's just a straight up, I've got an index, pull this record. And for what I'm doing with the JSON now, it could be SQL Server just as easily as it could be Mongo. Um, again, benefiting from Kafka when it comes to search. So I've actually read some stuff about Mongo's search abilities. Have you got much experience, MKB, with Elastic versus for pure search? Um, it objected to your tool there, by the way. Um, context, Twitch, context. Cassandra might have been your tool, to be fair. Faster of that index hash, fine, but fair Mongo fine. It is a mighty tool. Um, but I can again, I'm really loving the idea that I can make that decision again later. I don't have to, I can move forward with the project. And as long as the general concepts are in there, the storage technology doesn't actually make a difference to me right this second. I can later on, I could actually build an entire mirror of that component and test it in flight because I can consume the same events. So I can actually do A/B if I wanted to later because I can just switch out. I need to figure out a way of representing that. My diagram is going to get ever crazier. If anyone's an expert on diagramming tools, I would love to know how they would approach some of this stuff. Maybe I need to simplify some of these things and get rid of some of this extra piece. And but yeah, the diagram grows. But essentially changes is both a consumer and producer. So changes doesn't have an API. So I suppose it lives down here. It does have a database and it both consumes and produces, which I don't know how to describe anymore. Let's just do the best I can at this second. So it consumed integration and publishes change events, and then other things need to listen. So I'm not using Kafka as a message bus. I'm using Kafka as a broadcast tool essentially, and the rest of the system can react. And I think that gives me a lot of flexibility with the way things can happen. So I can switch out how I do changes by just making another component that looks like changes and uses a completely different technology and test them in line, and then scrap the one that doesn't work and replace it. I think that's something I'm really enjoying playing with in this design. Uh, there you go. Okay. So yeah, if you're new to the stream, if you are just joining me, um, I am more than happy to talk about this. I'm more than happy to show specific components. This project is not open source. It is too big to even think about making open source at this point. A lot of knowledge needs to go with it. There's a lot of supporting components, but I'm happy to describe the technologies. I'm happy to jump and look at things. I'm happy to debate things like this, right? What is the best tool for this? And I'm doing it because I want to grow as well. Um, so many different things. So let's get this layout now. This is busted. Tab menu. So I suppose what's happening there is I need to put this content underneath here, and this needs to be gray mode as well. Also, that styling is awful. I ate a big Chinese takeaway tonight, so I've grown enough for today. Going feeling in the gym on Monday. I've had a weak start. So we had a week off karate, and then this week I've not really done good at going to class, and I need to up my pace again next week. I know I'm going to feel it there. Sorry, that formatting was driving me bonkers. So what does this do? This basically says if there's a route. Oh, okay, right. So if there's actually a route defined, then use the route. Otherwise, take the URL. So what was the command there then for? Oh, because there was no URL. Okay. So the URL, when you set the command, it must do something to do with the treat it like it's a, or it builds a route. I don't know. Oh well, I'll worry about learning that again later. Again, there's so many moving parts that it actually becomes a conscious decision to not focus on learning any specific piece too hard. So basically, I need this to be BG. I did this somewhere else. There's a way of doing this. Why did I do it? I hijacked the color. I used the color somewhere to make sure that I could actually get the stores, forms, add project. We'll worry about that again. Planning, views, planning items, initiative, dashboard, initiatives, components, requirements, planning item table, planning item detail. I think it might be this. Yeah, there we go. There's the challenge. There's what it is. Surface card. So in this respect, I want this to be, ugh, that goes there. Then what we do is we do style class. No. Ah. Not the thing I want to deal with right this second, but I want to pull the var in there. How do I do that? Oh, my most dangerous area. Okay. Is it? Okay, we'll make some effort here. I need to do that. NG style. Really? Did I do it that way? Okay. There's probably a cleaner way of doing that one. Remove that. And then do that. Does that fix that problem? It does fix that problem. So let's move forward with that. Oh, there's our projects showing again. Nice. Not perfect, but it does work. Be nicer if I could align them. Doesn't look like there's much in the way of options. So MKB, what do you have for Chinese? I do miss and was it a full on Chinese or was it a chippy? I do miss that option. I'd like sweet and sour chicken with chips, please. I said option, not a not a common meal. Um, Divider. Do I want divider here? Do I want what do I want here? Tab view. See, they do the tab view works fine. Does the tab view have the concept of where the body goes though? It doesn't. So the tab menu is definitely tab menu. Template. Here we go. NG template. So, but the problem is that's the template for the item. It doesn't have a template for the content. Router. Tab menu. List of element. List element of headers. Special rice, sweet sour pork balls, pancake rolls, beef with mushroom, chicken chop suey, ribs, chicken satay. Yeah, you ain't kidding. That is a meal. Nice. So I lived in Maidenhead for a couple of years and the chippy Chinese, it wasn't a chippy, it was a Chinese, it was an actual Chinese restaurant, was down by the river and they did like a crispy beef. Um, oh, okay. Yeah. I don't exercise enough. That's my problem. And I don't eat healthfully enough normal, so I don't have the option. I shouldn't be doing anything like eating excessively. But anyway, they had a crispy beef meal and it was absolutely delicious. It was everything I love about like it was crunchy, but the sauce was delicious. It was not dry, and it was absolutely perfect. And I've never ever found a place that does anything close to it. They've either been it's been like eating, you know, dried cardboard, or it's been eating just slimy mess. And yeah, like a snake, I'm gonna go after eating, but it'll be gone by midday tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, my balance is wrong. I know it. What's the name of the place I'm looking? I don't remember where it was. That's Chinese restaurants in Mainhead. In a map. Church Lane. No, that's Windsor. That's not in Mainhead. That's Windsor. One. No, kidding me. This is Ross Road. I can't believe I just found. Uh, that might be it. Actually, maybe not. Now I've got now on a hunt for Chinese food, but no, it can't be that place. But it just, I it's funny. The first place I brought up was the Hanwha Chinese takeaway. Um, Ross Road, Maidenhead, right? And the first picture is of what looks like the meal I'm describing. Um, but it's not the place. So yeah, I can't remember the place. But either way, it was absolutely delicious, and I've never found any meal like it. So 27 miles, nice. But I can't remember the actual name because it's been over 17 years since I was in Maidenhead. So, but I used to love living there. Try them all. Okay, I want to lay this out, and then I'm trying to think about whether I want to do this with, try and do this with flex full gap div class equals grid rows two. Let's see if this works. Let's that. Let's see what that changes. Tailwind plus tailwind plus me not equal friend. Width full. So why is that not going? Why does that do that? That's like the height breaking. Let's do that. Let's remove that actually. Um, let's actually remove the pieces that need to be removed rather than. Mm, Houston, just fit there. Why do you keep breaking down there? Overflow hidden padding. Don't need that. Let's remove all the extra styling. We don't need that. We don't need that. Just want to mess with me, don't you, game? Game. CSS. What am I doing here? This is probably the part. And yes, I'm guessing, but sometimes that's what you gotta do. You know what? Let's remove everything but the grid. It's getting closer. There's less padding. That doesn't bother me, right? Because again, everything fits up there. Everything fits up there. I'll just put settings up there eventually. Why are you breaking down there? So why do you go? So if we do that, why does that content sit there? Let's test something. Let's do home. I suppose home doesn't have. So there's projects, and I broke it down into the components to show. Um, home doesn't have content, does it? I suppose it does, yeah. Hello world. Hello world. Oh, why are you showing hello world there? That's not right. That's definitely not right. Let me test that again. Friend. Okay, that's the challenge with using the same phrase to test things. So the landing page, again, everything in here is kind of nested routers, so that basically each component of the system is a module, and I can break it up. The reason being, ultimately, I want to be able to click up here and switch between the different application stacks, the different overall components, and be able to just swap in and out things. So the style will change. If I switch to ticketing, it'll all go green or something, and if I change to stories, it'll all go yellow or blue or whatever I want to color it. So there's a completely different style, same style, different color scheme, different layout. Hey, Mr. Jones. Yeah, yeah, I think I might be about to finish, but been productive, and I didn't see unless I saw Rambling Geek say it was going to go live, and I missed that. I was kind of hoping. Yeah, that was the only criteria I had. I don't see it, and I didn't post anything. I checked 2 hours ago, but I didn't check again afterwards. So looks like they were doing game stuff anyway. So I don't see him. I didn't see he got him went live at all, but I hope I didn't miss a stream. That would be upsetting. I only streamed because I was not being productive. I wanted to do get this done. Sorry for the mic button there. I just want to get this one thing laid out. So so it's pushing the content down the page. Don't think it did. Yeah. Okay. I won't feel bad then. Like I said, I checked a couple of hours ago because I didn't want to, because I know that I'd said, hey, if you're streaming, I'll join. And I don't start because he goes, I'm going watching a film. And if watching a film goes anywhere like it does with me, that involves sleep normally. So is this down to no? Because there's no extra styles there. So why is this pushing that down? If item route, so if item route specified, then it's specified. Otherwise, we put a URL in there. So all this is a selection. There's nothing to do with the style in this at all. This is this layout, right? So settings and settings projects, they both got routes, so they're both going to land in here, right? Because yeah, so test. Right, so they're both going into this piece of code. So there's nothing specific about this. So when I click on this, why does that push down there? Oh, hold on. Maybe because I'm doing something here. Let's turn off all that fluff. Nope. Maybe I'm doing something there. Yes, this is the guess your way to CSS stream. If it's not blatantly obvious right this second, I don't have any clue what I'm doing. And I don't have enough patience to take the time to figure it out properly. I'm just going to guess until I see some change. There we go. There's some change. We have some change. That's what we wanted. Okay, so H3 I ask for some help testing something from you in chat. I want to hit a bit. I want to hit it a bit. Yeah, I'll jump in. JK07, thank you very much for the follow. Look around. All I'll be able to do is click around because I can't read anything. Internal USB card. That's nice and fast. That is very nice and fast. I'm going to assume this isn't all. Is this all static data? I doubt it. It's a bit slower than it was. Oh dear. All generated on fly. Up. The search is am I waiting for something there? Oh no. I did. The first thing I did was hit enter. Smacking the enter button. And now I think things are bad. Play.google.com is telling me I'm unauthorized. The ads are throwing a fit. It's going so well as well. I think things went wonky. Yeah, it's dead. It was working amazingly. Oh, there we go. No. Yeah, I'm getting 403 forbiddens on Google Tag Manager and stuff. You got some debug code in your JavaScript. I assume that's what that is. Oh, that it is. Oh, I wonder if it's actually the Google stuff that's delaying it. It's kind of timing out and stuff. Oh, there you go. It's loading again. Did I just confuse things there? Ah, see, they get, yeah, because I was trying to, yeah, Tag Manager seems to be broken. There you go. The search. That's quite the flashing. That's a lot of moving screen parts. Inclusive moms. Gotcha. Okay. Unrecognized feature payment, unrecognized feature document domain. Moms equals VAT. Oh, the tax. But there you go. I have clicked around and I have broken things and that was better the second time though. Less pop in and flash. Seems to be mostly working, yeah. I don't want to dump your search system in the trash, but Yeah. Okay. Search system is literally split on words, loop over words, and add. Ooh. Okay. Let's say a challenge. So if you search something generic, it'll generate the HTML for tons of rows, no paging. Ooh, not sure if it's a bug. I've translated to English under star text, server management, server shelf, and Martin Screwsing. I've not got many open tabs. Okay, I'm gonna close that down. Clearly have some design issues to work through on this, but we're getting there. That's the point. Let's go to. I've now got many open tabs. um, a dashboard, landing. No, that's not that one. That's the actual registration page. Settings, modules, app, layout. I really would like for someone who is very good at Angular to go through and review my layout and like get the um figure out how my structuring is working because there's a lot of charges. Components, planning item detail. Planning item, that's the table itself, requirements, index, planning items. There you go. That's that one. Okay, so I just use the straight up module settings, views, projects. Just use a straight up H3 there, so see what happens. And there you go, it works fine. Okay. Well, we made some progress today. Got the changes in place and generally working okay. Going to continue to get that built out. We obviously got our first actual planning item starting to lay out the concept of how I want to build the application, how I want to use the tooling to build the app. And it's coming along. Got a lot of technology to play with, got a lot of different things to do. So the layout here, I'm just going to add the projects inside, going to get that all working. What is that link? Image, okay. Yay. Small flat top of the curve is your nice. Well, hopefully hopefully that goes well. Welcome. Thought it could help. So I am going to let it run and see what it looks like tomorrow. There you go. Benefit of weekend deliverables. So I'm going to finish up here. I'm gonna go get some food, go get some dinner, whatever, and then maybe come back and get this project thing working. So again, I want to get the consistency in the UI, get all this stuff working so that then I'm not chasing that. And then, yeah, so I may stream tomorrow if I make more progress, but if not, I will be back on Monday with some game dev. We are going to raid because there's enough people in here. I'm going to go to Xcode. He's building his own note-taking app thing in Blazor in a similar way to I am. He's building it as if it's a, it's an application, it's a product, and he's actually putting all the effort into making it a product. So worth checking out. Also a very chill stream to hang out in. So thank you for joining me. I will see you again soon. Have a great day, great evening, great rest of your day, and a great Sunday if you're in Europe. So daytime review those, right? No worries. Take care, all. Oh, by the way, I actually did put it in the screen. So take care, all.